Hi, everybody. Happy Sunday. I hope you're all having a wonderful weekend so far. I know it's probably over or almost over for most of you, but I hope that it was good so far. I see some cuties in chat. Moth, congratulations on being first. Here is your gluten-free cookie, and you're at 18,215 bells on your loan now. Thank you for the fart. And congratulations on winning 5 from the jump catch game. So now your loan actually just went up 5, but that's fine. Ty, thank you for the bonk. Welcome in. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 2,405 bells on your loan. Let's freaking go. Sorry about this. Thank you for the fart. Sorry about this whole week. Last time we were doing resets, it was Tuesday night and the power went out and it didn't come back on for like 4 hours. So I couldn't finish streaming. And then last night was supposed to be game night. And then I got called into work and I needed the money. So I took the shift. I could have not taken it. But I also feel bad when somebody asks me specifically if I can cover their shift. Like if it's in the group chat and someone's like, can anybody cover my shift? And I say no, it's like, I don't feel bad. But if somebody texts me specifically and is like, you Ty, can you cover my shift? I'm like, yeah. So I promise I'll make up for it next weekend. I don't know when because Charlie and I might be having like lunch with Charlie's family and then I have work. I was supposed to not work Saturday and then they scheduled me. So I hate my job. But it's fine. I promise game night will happen at some point. So be thinking about what games you guys want to play. Came back at like 2 a.m. It was like 1, but yeah, it was like way too late to keep streaming at that point. So we're going to be back in reset land tonight. I've declined proctor shifts before, usually when the shift conflicts with an appointment. Yeah, I mean, if it conflicts with something that I actually have to do, then I usually don't. In this case, it was just game night, which I felt very attached to doing, but is not technically something that I make money from or is important for my health or is important for Charlie's health, so. But yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels worse when it's like a manager asking versus like a coworker needing the money. Yeah, well, my job really cut our hours recently. They cut our hours so much, in fact, that like 2 or 3 people have quit, which means now our hours are actually going up because people quit. But once they fill the spots, it'll just go back to being nothing. But like I told them, I was like, I can work like 20 to 30 hours a week because they said like I can't work full time, which would be anything over 29.5 hours a week. So I was like, literally scheduled me 28, 29 hours then. Like, that's fine. Do that. And then they were like, we're going to give you 10. We're going to give you 15. You're going to work 3 shifts a week. And I was like, okay. That isn't going to pay my rent. And also the people that quit ended up getting jobs that pay better, like $17 an hour jobs. And I'm like, I'm making 12. Like, I need a better job. It's crazy. Because you do the math, but $12 an hour times 15 hours a week is not I pay my $900 rent. So I took the shift, and then I took another shift for tomorrow night. But then I have a shift on Tuesday that interferes with a dog walking I'm supposed to do. So now I have to tell the dog parent that I can't walk his dog unless somebody will take my shift. So it's a whole ordeal. It's very stressful. I wish my work schedule was consistent and I never had to like wonder when I'm gonna work. I wish it was just like always the same days every week, but get 3 to 6 hours a week on average. Yeah, not ideal. Hi Nando, how's it going? Like at least you're like doing school, so it kind of feels like you have an excuse for not working a ton. Because when I was in school, I barely worked. I worked maybe 10 hours a week at my job, a little more when I was supervisor. But they were only like 3 to 4 hour shifts at my old job. Because it was like on campus, like a student job. So, and it felt okay because I wasn't paying rent. I was living in a dorm. So it was like bundled in with all my tuition and shit. So it was going on the student loan. So it didn't matter. But now that I live in a house that I pay for, it's a little more complicated. Nemo is doing great and you're doing great as well. I'm glad to hear it, Nando. I hope that you had a good Toonami weekend this weekend. But regardless of everything that happened this week, hopefully the power will stay on tonight. We're live now. We're going to do some more resets today. And we will do game night whenever I am free next from my job. You watched Toonami last night and it was good? I'm glad. I'm glad that it was good. One Piece had 2 new episodes. Let's go. I cannot believe they're still making One Piece. I'll say it every time. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm also like, I'll get more during the final exam period. That makes sense. I'm waiting on an email. I got reached out to by somebody, I want to say on Wednesday, and I was like, I emailed them back, and then they were like, okay, we'll get back to you in 24 to 48 hours. And then 48 hours came and went, and I didn't hear back. But I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt because it was a Wednesday, 48 hours was Friday. If they didn't get to me by the end of Friday, I'm going to assume they were off the weekend and might get back to me on Monday. But I'm like waiting for this email so goddamn impatiently. So I just want to receive an email because it's money related. It's about a job. So hopefully it'll be good news, and hopefully I'll hear it tomorrow. And if not, I'll probably email them and be like, hello, it's been 48 hours. Can I have money? But if not, it's fine. I'm not getting my hopes up. But my hopes are up. The problem is, like, I've started to get my hopes up. I used to be somebody who didn't get my hopes up very much. I would audition for shows and I would think I'm not going to get in. And I would audition for films and I would think I'm not going to get in. And I would take tests and I would think I'm going to get like a C. I'm going to fail. And usually I was pleasantly surprised, not always. But I am someone who typically does not expect anything good to happen to me ever. But then with like Floroma Town, I was so actually hopeful. Like I was like, no, I think I can get into Floroma Town. The first time I applied, I didn't expect anything. The second time I applied, I was like, no, I am going to get in. I have good references. I was recommended by a friend who's on the team. I know so many people on the team. I know the leader of the team. I wrote a good application. I made a good channel trailer. I was like, I feel actually confident about getting into Floroma Town. And then I did. So now I'm like, what if getting your hopes up for things works? And so Astrology Bot on Twitter tweeted 2 separate times, like, Libra, something big is coming. Libra, something good is coming. And I'm like, don't do that to me. Is something big and good coming? And one of the Astrology Bots tweeted, Libra, get a new job. And I was like, girl, I am literally trying to get a new job. I am trying so hard to get a new job. I'm actively applying for jobs right now. Like, don't tell me that. You deserve good things. I don't know. The jury is still out, to be honest. I don't know if I have the resume to get into Floroma Town, but it sounds like a really amazing stream team. I mean, I think you have the resume to get in. You're in the Pride Guild, and I'm not in the Pride Guild. So you clearly had enough of a resume to get into the Pride Guild. I don't know if I have enough of a resume to get into the Pride Guild, but that's what I want to get into. I applied to the Pride Guild, and I am sitting here like this. But resume-wise, I think you could get in. I think for you, the biggest thing would probably just be knowing the people on the team. Not that you have to know anybody, but I would say that, like, the reason I was able to apply was because I was recommended directly by a member of the team. They didn't have open applications. They had open applications last year in which I applied and did not get in. I ended up getting deferred to the recommendations and then got recommended. So if they hold open apps again, I would say that you could probably get in. But because I was put in on like a recommendation only application, that wouldn't apply to you because I don't know how many other people on the team that you know. But everybody on the team is so super nice and cool. They're all people that I've like recommended and like rated into before. Not everybody, but like a lot of them. A lot of people that you guys know, like Kat and Katie and Evie and Otta. So I recommend literally everybody on Florima Town. There isn't a single person on that team that I don't like. They'll be accepting more people into the Pride Guild. I bet you will get in. I hope so. I have friends who are on Florima Town that are also in the Pride Guild. The same girl who recommended me for Florima Town, I assume. She can't tell me, but I assume. Has been telling me that she's in the Pride Guild and the Women's Guild, and she's been telling me like every time the Pride Guild takes new people, I like look for your name and I hope that it's you. And I'm like, Pride Guild, Twitch, if you're listening, please let me in. I don't know who I need to beg. I'm gay and I stream. Those are my qualifications. Let me in. But that's the dream. Pride Guild is the fucking dream. I literally, even before the Pride Guild came out, when it was just the Women's Guild and like the Black Guild and stuff, I was like, God, I wish there was a gay guild. I would totally apply. And then like right after I said that, they announced the existence of the Pride Guild. And I was like, the gay guild. So I'm hoping, praying. But yeah, I'm gay. It's true. Hold on. See if that works. They get that notification. They're like, what? But anyway, yeah, let me into the Pride Guild. Ty, if you can like put me in your suitcase and like sneak me in, that'd be sick. Only two folks I know in Florima Town are me and Quartzy. Yeah, there's a lot of really great people on the team, so I definitely recommend just looking into their stuff. Like, I definitely recommend Silly Little Cat, Peachy Pink Katie, Otta Enchilada, who else on the team? The whole team, but definitely those three. All super cool people, very nice, mostly play Pokemon. There's also some like horror streamers and stuff that are cool, but great team all around. Evie, of course, the leader of the team, Evie. She would be probably your first stop would be look at Evie because she's the one who made the team. So that kind of gives you a good gauge on whether or not it's for you. But Evie is such a sweetheart. I hadn't really spoken with her one-on-one before getting onto the team. But we started like DMing recently and I'm like, Evie, I love you. You're great. Oh, and Sunny too. I think she's live right now. Sunny is on Florima Town too. All amazing people. All great. Glax too. Literally everybody. I could recommend the whole team. I'm not gonna list the whole team and recommend them all, but I recommend all of them. So yeah, 10 out of 10 streamers on that team. But I have Charlie here with me. Charlie, are you with us? They're on a Discord call with me, but I made them mute themselves.
Maybe I am.
Oh. Hello. How
Hi.
are you?
I'm vibing, you know.
Are you having a good Sunday?
Yeah,
Are you ready
that's
to look
fine.
for a shiny Chikorita?
Of course. Is that my question?
All right. Let's see it. All right, here we are. Is my controller connected? Let's see. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Okay. So we ended up leaving off at 792 when the power went out, which is a fuck-ass number to end on, but okay. But first Totodile of the night is not shiny. What do you got over there, Charlie?
Hang on, I forgot my buttons. Give me a second.
Okay. Too bad it wasn't 769. You're so right. You're so right, Ty. But yeah, I hope and pray that the Pride Guild thinks I'm gay enough. I don't really know what the parameters are. I don't know how gay you have to be.
Thinks I'm gay enough. Well, I think you're gay enough.
I'm non-binary. I'm ace. I'm on the arrow spectrum. I'm like maybe pan or something. And I'm in a relationship with another non-binary person. I'm literally T for T. Like, And I stream, and I've been streaming for like 4 years. And I have at least one follower.
That's gay.
It's true. My followers are gay too. Is there a straight person in chat? Probably not. Maybe Nando. But I don't know Nando's personal business. I will say I did get a shiny Totodile during community day. I got 3, so I have one of each. So I am the proud owner of a shiny Totodile now because I didn't have one before. But I still want one for my DS. So I still want one for my playthrough of Heart Gold Soul Silver. Has the counter?
Sorry, that was
Did it go
gross.
up? 794 is up from what it was, right? I think so. I'll make sure it goes up on the next one, but I think it did. You just got to start a podcast. I was on your podcast. The Avon account on Twitter followed me. Do I need to come on the podcast again and take it over as host? I'm like, I'll be asking the questions now. I start interviewing
It's
you.
Ty's podcast now.
It was already Ty's podcast. I can say that I'm Ty. I can
True.
steal your identity. Like, I could probably convince the government that I'm you because we're both named Ty. We're both, like, Ace Aerospec. We're both Pokemon they, thems. You're
I
Canadian.
think the one thing that might throw them
I'm
off
American.
is that you guys are quite different in age.
You calling Ty old?
No.
You don't think I could pass for somebody born in whatever year Ty was born in? Somebody, oh my god, I was at the mall where I work, and there's this, like, you know the little, like, stands that are kind of, like, in the middle of the hallways in the mall? There's, a stand that there's a girl at, and every time I'm, like, going and coming from work, you need the visible gray hair. Charlie has visible gray hair. Not anymore because it's dyed over, but when it's natural. But, like, every time I'm coming to and from work, she, like, stops me and tries to get my attention or get me to buy something or whatever. And I'm, like, not literally every time, but I see her every single time, and then, like, half the time she tries to stop me. So I was on my way out of work the other day, and, like, I wear a mask at work, so I'm, like, you know, only the nose up. But she stopped me, and she was like, hey, how are you? And I was like, good. And she was like telling me about the like charity or whatever that she works for or whatever she's trying to get a donation about or whatever. And she was like, how old are you? You look young. And I was like, oh, I'm 23. And she was like, oh, I thought you were 20. You look like a baby. And I was like, girl, like, this isn't to say that I don't think I could pass for 20 because I'm 23, so it's not that different. And, like, sure, I could look 20, but, like, that logic should go both ways, where if I look 20, you shouldn't be shocked that I'm 23. Because, like, what is the age difference between 20 and 23 truly look like on, like, is like, what? And I know it should be a compliment, like, oh, you look young, but, like, when I was on T, that shit made me look old. When I was on T, people thought I was either a very old lesbian or a very young boy. Like, I would literally get read for, like, 16-year-old boy or, like, 22-year-old lesbian. Because it was, like, you know, short hair on someone they might perceive as feminine makes me look like an older girl, but short hair on somebody that they perceive as masculine but with like a baby face, then they're like, oh, you must be a 12-year-old boy. And I'm like, nope, I am 19 or whatever age I was, you know. Same, definitely wear a mask in the exam rooms. All the students are always so sick. Not sure you'd be able to pass for nearly 40. Yeah, see, I would agree that I don't look almost 40. Like, no offense to the almost 40s out in the audience, but, like, I'm not there yet. I am still a baby in that sense. But It was just funny how like taken aback she was that I was 23, and also that she was like trying to pass it off as a compliment, being like, "Oh my god, you look so young." But I feel like telling somebody who is young and looks their age that they look young isn't a compliment. It's just like weird.
Yeah, I feel like you have to be 30 or over for that to be a compliment.
Right. Like I don't do anything to be perceived as young, right? Like I'm not
Mhm.
somebody who has like wrinkle cream or like takes really good care of my skin or like dresses young. Like I mean I dress my age, I think, and I have skin for someone my age and hair for someone my age. Like I don't know what to tell you. The age that Blink 182 rages about, it's true. Literally nobody likes me. I don't know what to do. Nobody likes you when you're 23. I'm excited to be 24, but I'm also pissed about it because 24 is my lucky number. I was born on the 24th. I know that's a cliche to have as your lucky number, and actually, I like hesitate to even say that it's my lucky number because it has brought me no luck in life. I just like that number because it's two even numbers and it's the day I was born, so I guess I'm just like naturally inclined to like it. But it was my number when I played sports. Like my number in basketball was 24, and I just generally enjoy the number 24. Um, so I could be 24, born on the 24th in 2024 if I was born in 2000, but I was born in 2001. So on 9/24/24, I turned 23 like a little bitch.
Rip.
My golden birthday is next year, or this year now. September of this year will be my golden birthday, which is when you turn the age of the day you were born, right? And so my golden birthday is going to be overshadowed by the fact that it's in 2025 and not in 2024. I could have had a platinum birthday, and I'm so mad.
All my like fancy birthdays happened before I was aware that that was a thing.
Yeah, like if Ty was born on the 9th, like their golden birthday was when they were 9, and nobody is thinking about that when they're 9. Tori Peachy Cheek 16.
Tori!
Coming in with a mod
Hi!
badge. I forgot. You had that. Holy.
Another mod in the chat?
Hello. You know,
Tori, I
Tori,
love you.
that's Charlie if you couldn't tell. You're like talking into the mic like this.
Just a
Um
guy.
but Tori, I have a friend and a viewer and a member of my stream team who her name is Peachy Pink Katie, and your name is Peachy Cheeks, but your other username is Blue Baby Tori. And that's very confusing for me. I know like a pink Peachy and a blue Peachy.
Look at that.
It's like I couldn't call her Peachy because a lot of people will call her Peachy. I can't call her Peachy because you're Peachy. She's Katie. You're Peachy, but you're also Tori, but you're Peachy. It's so funny. I wish you guys were in the chat at the same time. It'd be so funny. It'd be Peachy Pink Katie and Peachy Cheeks Tori. But yeah, guys, if you guys don't know Tori, this is like... So the reason she has a mod badge is because she used to like actually kind of mod for me. I met Tori on Minecraft in like... I want to say maybe 2014 or so, maybe a little earlier, a little later, something like that.
Let's go. Minecraft. We love Minecraft.
Same time that I met Shannon and Natalie. You guys know Natalie. Natalie's my other mod. And I didn't have anybody to mod for me that I really like knew at the time, so I modded Tori
Excuse me.
and Natalie. Excuse you. I modded Tori and Natalie. Because they were
Listen,
like the
this is
only
what happens when
people-
you have my audio on. You know this.
They were the only people that I had who I thought could mod for me. I have the pity mod. No, you deserve it because you kept my community safe. And it's okay that you've been absent. I don't mind. But I love that you're here now, and I hope that you can hang out more in the future because I love having you in my streams. I miss you and Natalie hanging around. I know you guys have
Mods, mods,
lives
mods, mods.
and jobs and things, but I appreciate your service to the community nonetheless. And I'm sure if somebody came in here and started talking shit, you'd ban them. I know you would.
You don't worry, Ty, Tori, and I've got this. And MG. And Natalie.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much all of my mods are Nepo babies. I've never run mod applications. Um,
I mean,
everyone
I'm
was just
literally your
like,
fiance.
everyone was just like somebody that I knew that I thought was capable of hitting the ban button on somebody that starts coming in and saying slurs. Like, nobody has any proper mod training. They're all just people I know. So
My
it's like,
mod training is being in your streams.
yeah, you and Natalie, and then obviously Charlie, who I am in a relationship with. So they're just kind of forced
We're
to
in a
be here.
relationship? Wow.
I'm surprised they haven't banned me for being a copycat Ty. Yeah, this guy mods, you got to keep an eye on them. Their name is Ty. They're stealing my branding. They play Pokemon. They're like Ace Arrow,
Better watch it,
non-binary.
Ty.
It's very suspicious. They started shiny hunting. It's like, what's going on? Identity theft, seriously.
You better watch it.
I banned someone in Munching Potatoes chat yesterday. I have experience. Are you a mod for Munching Potato? That's crazy. That's awesome. That's pretty sick. I have not, other than when you mentioned it on FaceTime the other day, I have not heard that name in years. Munching Potato is like, he's from the Minecraft days. He is my friend. I'm being so serious. No, I believe you. I wish I had gotten like more of that context, but I believe you for sure. After everything I went through with having B as a friend, I believe you because B and Jerome were friends. So if B can be friends with Jerome, you can be friends with Munching Potato. But I respect that.
Papa.
I should really hang out in one of his streams. Potato met me at the Ed Sheeran concert. That's insane lore. That's a crazy story. Just be like, oh yeah, I mod for the Munching Potato because I met him at an Ed Sheeran concert is kind of hilarious. Please hang out in his streams. He's so nice. You guys could be stream friends. That would be crazy, to be honest. Let me hold on. Just out of curiosity, because I haven't paid any attention to him in years. I'm assuming he's just Munching Potato on Twitch. I'll give him a follow. He has 41.5 thousand followers. Damn. Period. Pop off, King. Something straight out of a Your Name fanfic. You literally are Your Name right now. Average is 20 viewers. That's pretty good. I mean, not for that follower count, but like, but like that's a pretty good amount of viewers in comparison to like me. Because I average like, I don't know, like 5. Depends on the day. Sometimes I have like 10 people in here. Sometimes I have like 3. It really depends on the vibe. Because my friend who just hit like 3,000 followers, I want to say she averages like 45 to like 50 viewers maybe. But I also know somebody who has like maybe 2.8, 2.9K who averages like 20. So it's like, it's a spectrum. Like the number of followers you have does not equate to the number of average viewers you have. Like you could have 10,000 followers, but like only average like 20 people, or you could have 10,000 followers
His
and average
followers
like
are like dead
50.
or something. I don't know.
Honestly, considering how old of a name Munching Potato is, he probably does have people that followed him that are just straight up dead. My best streams by far are the podcast episodes, but my Pokemon stuff gets like 3 to 4. Zelda's been like 1 to 2. Yeah, I would say it definitely depends on the game that you're playing. I remember the one stream I had hit 10 viewers and I cried. I remember when you were a streamer, your streamer era. I was always hanging out, and you and Natalie streams both. Like I was always hanging out in there. You guys were like, well, not you because I think I started streaming before you, but like Natalie and Morgo were like the catalyst for me to start streaming, and then I started streaming, and then I think me and Natalie were the catalyst for you to start streaming, if I remember that correctly. I miss streaming, girl.
You know
Do
we'd
it.
be there.
I would show up in your streams. We could collab. I want to come back. You not help me with so much. I will continue to help you because I've come a long way since when you were streaming. Like, and you know, since back when I was streaming, when you were streaming,
You've
I've
got me streaming now too.
Charlie streams now. I've got them into it.
I'm a fucking VTuber now.
Yeah, but I've come a long way since my Minecraft days. My room is too messy to stream. I'm very upset. Be a PNG tuber. Be a VTuber.
Yeah, literally.
Like, so don't have a face cam. Good point. Yeah, when I'm too tired or my hair is messy or I'm eating, I just turn into a PNG tuber. Like I literally just go 2D.
Tori, have you seen my VTuber? If not, I can send you.
Yeah, Charlie's literally a VTuber. Like they got a model commissioned, and it moves when they move.
And I love them so much. They're based off my persona.
Because Charlie, with their disability and everything, they don't always have the energy to be up and about and in front of a camera.
I'm gonna take a second to do that.
Yeah, you're good. Like right now, my neck kind of hurts low key. So like I should be like sitting up nicely and playing up here, but like by the end of stream, I'm definitely gonna be like down here, and that's okay. It happens. The word persona caught me off guard. My brain rewired. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm a furry.
Persona. It's been a long time since I've heard that word too.
I'll send you like the little like example video that
just send them your whole furry account.
Yeah, I can also do
She can follow you on Twitter.
Yeah, I'll send you that.
Charlie has an account for their furry where they tweet like woof. Wild sentence, yeah. Awoo, awoo, ruff ruff, bark bark, and other things that Sky says.
Boof.
Boof. Yeah. Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Ooh woo.
Ew woo. Ew woo. But yeah, Tori's the OG.
And then if you go to my Twitch, my link tree is attached there, so you can follow all my socials there. But I did just send you my Twitter account.
Are you self-promoting your link tree in my stream right now?
I'm allowed.
I am an OG for real. For real, for real, you are. It's hard to be more OG than Tori, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
guess what I just did?
What? Farted? Wow.
Don't you love having me here?
Love it. But no, seriously, like, I would say Tori and Natalie are like, and Shannon are like the second most OG that you can be. The only more OG you can be than those guys is B and like Kai. But Kai is like never here. B is also rarely here, but did draw my emotes. So it's like B is the OGest, only because I've known them since elementary school. Then immediately followed by Natalie, Tori, and Shannon, who I've known since middle school. And then everybody else I met after that. Trying to help a friend this morning.
What? I'm a fucking furry.
I was trying to help a friend this morning on a 24-hour shiny challenge they were doing. I spent 2 hours date skipping looking for sunkern outbreaks before somebody said, wait a minute, sunkern never spawns as an outbreak? Oh no. You can't get sunkern outbreaks? Why not?
Why not?
I mean, I know that there are some Pokemon that just don't get outbreaks, but like, why sunkern?
Why? That seems weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I'm sorry you wasted 2 hours of your life. Please, the fart command! Munching Potato has a fart sound that keeps jump scaring him when it's played. It used to scare the shit
Good.
out of me. I've gotten used to it. I've really just started to tune it out. People will fart and I'll be like, did it go off? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, I didn't even hear it.
If you're ever in one of my streams, you should do exclamation point burp also.
Yeah, you can also burp in Charlie's streams. I've been meaning to make a secondary bodily function, but I don't, like, what would I do? Sneeze? Like, I don't. But yeah, I also have some pretty good, like, sound alerts, like bit alerts and channel point redeems that you can do. Um, that are pretty good. Some of
Ugh,
them will
I just
jump
got a
scare me.
Wi-Fi bill.
Add coughing. I don't know why Sunkern is like the most useless Pokemon. It should have an outbreak. Did they need Sunkern like specifically for something? Like, was there a reason that's what they were looking for?
It just feels like that's a weird thing to like gatekeep.
Because Sunkern, you could probably just isolate it somewhere or something, I guess.
I'm sure there's
I mean, it has
someone's
to
looked
spawn
for it.
somewhere. That's how you get it in the
Someone's
game.
hunted it and could probably tell you
I'm
how.
sure that there's an like most Pokemon are isolatable somewhere, and if they're not, they're in outbreaks.
Yeah. Or they're both.
Yeah. They were trying to catch all 96 grass types in Scarlet Violet in
Ooh.
24 hours. Dear
Dang.
Lord. It's 96 is a lot for one person to get in 24 hours. Like,
Yeah.
how many? Somebody do math for me.
You
96.
do mean just the one person, right?
That's like 4 an hour. Which is, like, not super feasible. They had about 8 people helping. Okay, so it
Okay.
wasn't just one person. I thought it was just one person, and I was like,
Yeah, I was about to say.
ain't no way. I was like, that's harder than the world record challenge. They got 39 themselves. Well, that's more reasonable. That's like less than 2 an hour. Ended at 88 out of 96. That's pretty close. I helped Piran with a 24-hour shiny challenge. I didn't really help, but they asked people to come up with challenges for them to do, and I gave them one, and I wasn't able to catch most of the stream because, 24 hours, it's like I'm busy during the day. But I have no idea if they actually did the challenge I gave them or not, and I meant to go back and check, and I never did. But the challenge I gave them was to catch me and Charlie's favorites, so mine is Politoed, and theirs is, you went for Slitherwing, right?
Yeah.
Because it had to be something from Scarlet Violet, so, yeah. But I never checked up on if they actually did my challenge or not. Because she said she didn't have time to do all of them, which makes sense. But I have no idea if that includes mine or not. Well, I'm glad somebody figured out that Sunkern can't be an outbreak, considering how long you spent looking for it before then.
Yeah.
But I feel like we're definitely going to get to 1,000 tonight on these, so we'll probably get to 1024 at least, which would be... What is that? A 4th odds? Or an 8th odds? An 8th? Yeah, because 1,000 out of 8,000. So 1/8 odds. 1/4 would be 4096 if it was, but we're doing full odds. So for the shiny hunting, do you just keep restarting the game, try to get a shiny starter or have a stroke? That's exactly what you do. Yeah, this shiny hunt basically doesn't get easier in terms of like mechanics. I literally just start the game and then go up to the balls. And then I look at the Pokemon in the balls. Chikorita's not shiny. Cyndaquil's not shiny. Totodile's not shiny. And then I close it. And then I open it again. And then I do it again.
And then I'm doing the same thing from mine.
Yep. And Charlie's doing the same thing on theirs. So I'm on the left. I'm the Heart Gold version. And Charlie is on the right. They're the Soul Silver version. It's the same game, but the different game. Because that's how Pokemon is. So it's the same 3 starters. They're looking for Chikorita, which is their starter, and I'm looking for Totodile, which is my starter. Oh, that reminds me. I wanted to run another prediction because we never got to finish the one from the night the power went out. So I wanted to run a prediction so that Ty could get their points. Will we get a shiny tonight? And then yes, no, yes, but Cyndaquil. And you guys have... I'll give you 5 minutes to submit your points on that. Because I voided the last one and refunded everybody's points since it didn't go through. But yeah, go ahead and vote on that. It will count. The yes will count if I get a Totodile or a Chikorita, or Charlie gets a Totodile or a Chikorita. No is nobody gets any shinies, and yes but Cyndaquil is either of us gets a Cyndaquil. Because Cyndaquil is the only one we don't want. Like, if Charlie gets a Totodile and I get a Chikorita, we can swap, right? But if either of us gets a Cyndaquil, it's like, fuck. That's not what we're looking for at all.
Yeah, I would reset over it.
You would reset over it?
I would.
Wow.
Because I want Chikorita. But I would be fucking pissed.
Yeah. It's like, we have a 2/3 chance of getting what we want, so we will inevitably get Cyndaquil with those hunts.
Yeah.
But hopefully not. We don't want Cyndaquil. Cat is looking for Cyndaquil. Not us, though. We don't want Cyndaquil.
Not here, not now.
No. If I had this game before PLA came out, maybe, but even still, I didn't pick Cyndaquil as my starter. You did. Every time it restarts, I think I've gone back in time. You have. We're just going back in time over and over and over again. My only thing with this method is I'm like, I don't want to... Like, I don't want to be looking at the same ones over and over again. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm looking at different ones, but I, like, don't remember. I meant to check my VOD, and I never did. The Fruities raised $1,400 for Trans Lifeline yesterday. That's awesome,
Yo,
Ty.
let's go.
I like that you were able to amend your vote to no this time. And then we have 2010 on Yes But Cyndaquil.
Yeah, I put all of that on there.
Ty, how far away are you from the channel point redemption? Thank you for the bonk, Tori. Because we're trying
what are they trying to redeem again?
We're trying... I think they went VIP.
Oh, that's right.
So we're trying to get Ty to VIP. That's the goal. So we need there to be... However much Ty is missing, we need at least that much on the opposite of what they vote. So 46.6k. So you're about 4,000 away, a little less than. So we need there to be like 3.4 thousand in the pot that aren't on Ty's vote. So either somebody vote yes or vote yes but Cyndaquil to give Ty their money. Get Ty that coin.
I'll add a little more.
Yeah, you're rich. Throw some money in. I'm not allowed to vote on my own prediction, otherwise I would give money in. But I have infinite bells, so I don't count.
Okay, I've put 3,000 in.
Put 3,000 in? Alright. Somebody vote for yes or yes but Cyndaquil. The only way this doesn't work is if we do get a shiny. Then Ty is screwed. But that's what they get for gambling. Gamble safely, kids. Unless you're Charlie. Charlie has infinite money.
Yeah, I tend to hover around 90,000.
Jesus. What could you do with 100k? What does 100k get you?
Double
Nothing.
VIP,
Yeah, 2 VIPs.
which I've already bought a VIP that I didn't need.
Yeah. I need to make an 100,000. I just don't know what I would do. I'll have to look at what other people's high ticket rewards are. I know
Or
Kat
make like
has
a
one that's like,
200,000 thing. Make me like actually save and work towards something.
yeah, but what would you want that you would have that you would need channel points to accomplish?
No idea.
Cuz like for the average person, I'm like they have less sway over things I actually do in my life. But like for like guide the raid or like pick a game for me, like you can just kind of do that, to be honest. Like as
Yeah.
my partner, if you're like, hey, one of my friends is live, can you raid them? I'd probably be like, yeah, because I trust you, versus a random viewer being like, hey, raid my friend Billy, and I'm like, I don't know your friend Billy. You're just getting so frustrated looking for the sun kern. Yeah, I if I had spent that long doing it, I also would have been like, I must be doing something wrong. My Tim's gambling chance ran out today. I tried to see if they had any roll up the rims cups left today, which would have given me one last chance, but it seems they run out. The contest, I mean gambling instant at 11:59. That's where you got like 2 free coffee or something, right? That reminds me of this shit post that my aunt put on Facebook. It was like she like reposted it, and it also wasn't intentionally a shit post, but it felt like one. My aunt's a Republican, by the way, just for context. Um, but it was something
I
about a guy.
figured that was what you were talking about.
It was something about a guy who went to Starbucks and he had a buy one get one free coupon, or it might not have been a Starbucks. It was just like a coffee place or whatever. But he had a buy one get one free coupon, but they were doing a buy one get one free sale already. Like they were already doing that promotion, and he additionally had a buy one get one free coupon. So the girl got confused at the register and just gave him 2 free coffees because it was like, well, if you buy one, you get one for free, but if you buy one, you get one for free. So you got two, so you get them both free. Which is not obviously how that promotion would work. It would probably just be that you either can't use the coupon at the same time as it, or you would get 2 coffees, get 2 free. Um, but you getting 2 free coffee made me think of that. Redeemed a free coffee and got a free coffee from that. Exactly. I won 6 free coffees total, so it was a pretty decent one. Excuse me. Yeah, that's pretty good. 6 free coffee. I love free stuff. You know what? I would love a free shiny Totodile. Even though it's not free because the payment is I have to do this. I keep looking over at your screen like there's going to be a shiny on it. I'd kind of be mad if you got one because you joined like halfway through this hunt, but also like if it's a Totodile, then I'd be like, yippee.
Yeah. And then I'd be like, where's my Chikorita now?
Yeah. I hope they don't shiny lock a bunch of stuff in PLZA. Like inevitably they'll shiny lock some stuff, but I hope they don't shiny lock like all the legends like they did in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Because that would suck. I hate that all of the legends in Scarlet Violet are in the DLC are shiny locked. It makes no sense when in DAs they're not. Like, why would I pay extra money for a DLC to give me all the legendaries and they can't even be shiny? The only reason I'm even remotely okay with the fact that all of the legends in Scarlet Violet's DLC are shiny locked is because then I can at least have one regular legendary and one shiny for everything when inevitably I get the shinies. Because it's like, I don't have all of the legendaries not shiny either. Like, there are plenty of legendaries I don't have at all. Just watched House suck piss out of a guy's bladder with a syringe.
No.
I love House.
Oh, House.
That show is fucking crazy. Like, it's so, like, early 2000s, and he, like, occasionally says transphobic shit, but like I like almost don't care. Like I care a little, but I almost don't care. It's like I just am like whatever. It was the times, and then I just like move past it. Whereas if a show did something like that now, I would be like, bro. But I think House. I don't think they could have made House in 2025. I might try to meet the actress who played Dr. Cameron before Shannon's wedding. Where?
What?
How? Isn't she also the girl from Once Upon a Time too? Because I watched Once Upon a Time, not all of it, but I had seen a few episodes before I watched House. My friend was really into Once Upon a Time, and so I watched maybe the first 1 to 3 seasons with him
I love Cameron.
before we inevitably stopped watching it together. But I watched probably the first 1 to 3 seasons of that near Seattle. Oh, word. You're just gonna be all over the place, huh? Just doing a whole cross country situation. Charlie, are you okay? You just breathed weird.
I think I'm just kind of close to the microphone. I'm okay.
Okay. You just sounded like. And I was like, you good?
Oh, oh, oh.
Well, I'm just excited that you'll come to Shannon's wedding. I hope to see you there.
Meet you and Shannon for the first time IRL.
Yeah. I gotta book our hotel for that.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Yeah, I mean, they blocked off like hotel blocks, so we just need to call and be like, hi, we're part of the Shannon's last name and Noah's last name wedding. Can we have a room? And they'll be like, yeah.
Give it to us.
As long as Iowa doesn't have any like big convention going on at the same time, I don't think we have to worry about like hotel capacity. Because I also don't think they're having like a super large wedding. Like, I don't know who they invited, obviously, because I'm like not that involved, but I assume they just invited their like families and then like some of their friends. Because the fact that Tori got invited like kind of after the fact tells me that they had open seats.
Yeah.
Because if the wedding was totally full, they wouldn't have invited Tori after they'd already sent out the invitations. But Shannon was literally like, does anyone else want to come while I'm at it?
Yeah.
So it seems like they had space. I guess I could check the number of people that RSVP'd, but I want to say that there were like 60 something at last time I looked at it.
Which is like a relatively on the smaller side.
I forgot the word for hotel and almost said hospital room price is gonna kill me.
Listen,
I mean,
hospital room prices do can kill you.
I mean, like, okay, we can talk about this more off stream, obviously, but from what you said on FaceTime, your family was gonna go like visit your sister, and then you were gonna come to the wedding? Question mark. So either you could split the hotel room with us, or if you're going with your family, then you could just stay with your family. But if you want to split a hotel room with us, we can go in on that with you. Because
Yeah,
Charlie and
for
I
sure.
can share a bed, and almost all hotel rooms like have like 2 beds in them, or 1 bed and like a couch.
We can just make
Or
sure that
like
we get a
if it's a
room with
king
like
size
either a
bed,
pull-out
deadass
couch or
Tori
a
like
second
get in the
bed.
bed with us. Like
Literally.
we did that with Kat on the road trip. Like she just got in the bed with us. We weren't dating at the time, but
Let's cuddle. Hell yeah. Let's go.
I've adjusted plans slightly if I'm being for real about meeting Jennifer Morrison. Okay, well, if you are going to be alone in Iowa and need people to share a hotel room with, just share with us. And if you're bringing Natalie with you, then you and Natalie share a bed, and me and Charlie will share a bed. And we'll get a room with 2 beds.
All four cuddle in one bed.
Or we'll get a king
Huh.
size bed and we'll all four cuddle in one bed. Natalie would hate that. Natalie would fucking hate that. But yeah, you can totally cuddle with us if you want. Because Charlie and I are already going to be splitting the hotel room between the two of us. So if we split it between the three of us, hotel rooms cost like nothing. That's how we were able to do a cross country road trip where we stayed in like 10 hotels. Because if you're splitting it three ways for one night, you're paying like $20. I don't know if I'm strong enough to convince Natalie go. That's fair. That's fair. Well, because she also probably doesn't care about meeting Jennifer Morrison, so you'd have to either nix that part of your plan or convince her to come see Jennifer Morrison with you. But yeah. Right. Shit. Ugh. I know. It's hard. Well, Ty, who was in here a minute ago, also lives in Canada, so he and Natalie are our Canadians. Natalie versus Dr. Cameron. Yeah.
Canadian buddies.
I mean, yeah. Nat, I love you, but Ty is still here. I figured I figured you were still here ish, but I don't know if you were like doing something else. I didn't want to force you to chat, but yeah, Natalie is my resident friend from Toronto that I always mention when you say that you live near Toronto. I'm like, my friend Natalie lives in Toronto. We're trying to figure out how to get her from Toronto to Iowa because that's where our friend's wedding is. And Tori lives on like the New York side of the lake. You know, the big one. Whichever one that is. Spinosaura. Cool, cool, cool. And Natalie lives on the Canada side. They kiss on opposite sides of the lake. So we were thinking that Tori could kidnap Natalie and then bring her to the wedding. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Regardless of if Natalie comes, you can share a hotel room with us if you want. And we can all cuddle.
Yes.
I
Exactly.
know Charlie would like that. Charlie wants to be the middle spoon.
And then I'll wake everyone up when I inevitably have to pee.
Yeah, well, when we sleep, you'd have to be on the outside. I go to Toronto fairly regularly. Yeah, we were on FaceTime with Tori the other night and we were sort of talking about the logistics of all of this and trying to figure out like where everybody lived specifically. And I was like, out of curiosity, how far do we think that Ty lives from Natalie, considering she lives in Toronto? And I was like, well, I don't really know where Ty lives, so I like stalked your Instagram to see if I could figure it out. Because I know that obviously you like go to a university, so I was like, I wonder what university. So I just started looking up universities in Canada until I found the one. Which sounds creepy now that I say it, but it was all in good fun. I'm not trying to dox you. I just wanted to see. See, I'd love to hang with that for the entire trip, but if I met Jennifer Morrison, I need someone to go to the convention with me who will put me on one of those child leash backpacks so they can stop me from running off. Natalie would be like, what the fuck? I know that Jerry Trainer, the guy who played Spencer on iCarly, is going to be in Richmond for a convention. And I was like, I want to meet Spencer from iCarly. I love Spencer.
Real.
He was one of my favorite characters. Go meet him. It's like not good timing, but I would if I could. Icon, he's great. I love him. You almost know my full name now too. To be honest, I didn't look that hard. I actually didn't look. I don't know. Your name in my head is first name Ty, middle name E, last name Y. Like, that is what your name is in my head. I didn't look at your full name. And if I did, I don't remember what it was. I respect your privacy that much. Not enough to not look up what school you work at, but enough to not look at your full name.
It was kind of easy to find the school.
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't that hard. There's not a ton of universities in Canada, and not a ton of them have a PhD in whatever the fuck it is that you're doing. So I just was like PhD in Arctic something or another, and then I was like, there it is. If it was America, I would have had a much harder time. But Canada makes it easy. Canada narrows it down. Especially knowing the general proximity to Toronto, I was like, it's not going to be a university that's like all the way across Canada, because that wouldn't make any sense. We're almost at 900. Let's go.
Woo.
It's like how Ava the Femboy is in my phone as first name Ava, middle name the, last name Femboy, because we exchanged numbers when we were at Pride with a bunch of Twitch people. So like Ada Enchilada is in my phone as first name Ada, last name Enchilada, even though I actually do know Ada's last name because she Venmoed or I Venmoed her for food. Um, and thus I saw her last name on Venmo. But she's in my phone as Ada, last name Enchilada. And then Ava's in my phone as first name Ava, last name Femboy. So Little Cat is actually in my phone as her first and last name because I met her in college. So she had a last name at the time. But if you were in my phone, you would be in my phone as Ty E Y E, last name Y E. Some of the other people at the Washington Con that Jennifer Morrison is going to were also in Hasbin Hotel and Hell of a Boss. It would be cool for me as an artistic appreciator of the series to meet them and send Brendan, avid fan in the fandom, deep in fandom lore, rewatches episodes all the time, cries, pictures of slash with them. It's crazy. That's like the pinnacle of winning the breakup is doing things that your ex would be jealous of. Because you know what? If you were still with Brendan, he could have come with you on that trip and been your plus one to the wedding. But instead,
Idiot.
took so long to type out, holy hell. She had a last name at that time implying she doesn't now. She doesn't now. Now that she's a Twitch streamer friend more than an IRL friend, her last name has ceased to exist in my brain. Which is why, even if I did see Ty's name when I was looking up their university, which I don't even think I did, it has left my brain permanently because their last name is YE. It says it right there in the username. Idiot is right. See, if Charlie and I had only met on Twitch when they had their old username, their first name would be Charlie, their middle name would be Moth, and their last name would just be the number 11.
Last name 11.
You're giving
Not even
Stranger
written
Things.
out, just the number, like 1-1.
No, I wouldn't even spell it out. It would just be Charlie Moth 11. Coincidentally, Tori, I think that you are in my phone at... Actually, what are you in my phone as? Because I do know your last name. Wait, did the dog parent that I can't walk on Tuesday just tell me that they don't need me on Tuesday? Oh my god. Okay, wait. Pog.
And you don't have to try to change that shift.
Yeah, but they said they want me to walk in Friday. I'm free Friday. Let me see. I think I'm free Friday. Okay, cool.
Well, that's Pog then.
Cool. So now I still get paid to walk that dog, and I get to go to my job on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well, I just took a shift tomorrow for no reason then. But I already agreed to it, so it's happening now. I told you about going to pick up the Elgato Stream Deck at the Canada Post, and the cashier asking why my last name wasn't YMID. No, you did not. Wait, you might have, but I don't remember. You told me about getting the Stream Deck, but I don't remember you saying that, unless I missed it in chat. But that's hilarious. Well, your first name isn't Tai on your ID either, is it? I assume that much like my name is short for something, that your name is short for something. I can only assume. But yeah, he is an idiot. Breaking up with you is dumb behavior. That's dumb boy behavior. Because now you're
Dumb
gonna
as
go
shit.
meet people he likes, and he's gonna not meet them.
Tori, we can be a throuple.
Listen, QPR, me, you, and Tori. Let's do it. My first name is definitely not Tai. I can't believe this. I feel personally lied to, betrayed.
My
Send
whole
your
life is a
ID. They
lie.
don't. No, they don't have a social security number. They're Canadian. There is no social. They can't even prove it. What do you guys have? You don't have socials. What do you have? Some sort of Canadian ID number or something? Tori's like,
Hello?
hello. You
What
don't
is
want
that your
to.
reaction to me saying we could be a
You
QPR?
don't want to be in the QPR. It's called an SIN. You guys sin in Canada? No way. I thought Canada was where all the nice people were. I didn't know you guys sin. All right, well, drop the sin in chat then, Ty. Please don't do that.
Sorry, eh? Number. Please don't do that.
I will say, I love watching Ty streams because the Canadian does come out in their voice when they say sorry. Like, it does sound more like sorry. And I love that about them. Might as well just give you my current address too. I'll just drive up to outside of Toronto and come bother you and Natalie. That's the plan. I get your address off of where they sent the Steam Deck to. Or Stream Deck, not Steam Deck. That's a whole different device. But I combine those words a lot because Steam Deck sounds like Stream Deck. It'd be cool if you got a free Steam Deck, too. That'd be sick. Then I could play Fields of Mystria in bed.
Fuck yeah.
Which is the dream. Oh yeah, I was looking at how Tori is on my phone. I'm pretty sure you are first name, last name in my phone, but you have a nickname too. And I can't remember if I put like Peachy or something in there next to it. Because I forgot I even had you in my phone until I gave your number to Charlie. Oh, that's my boss's number. Not that.
Yeah, well, I just kind of like straight up took your contact and it was just first name, last name, I think.
Yeah, it is first name, last name, but then it's the peach emoji and the blue heart because it's blue baby and peachy cheeks.
Mm.
So those are the emojis that you got in my phone. I'm very literal with my emojis. Most of the time, anyway. Sometimes people get one that's just purely based on vibes.
That's
But a lot of the time, it's a very practical emoji. I like my contact name, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's probably 10 years old. Not quite, but something like that. Probably at least 5. I have no idea how people put me in their phone because my first name, last name doesn't work for my username because it would be like first name, self, last name, titled, but really titled should be my first name.
titled self.
Doesn't work really with cat either. You'd have to do like cat, comma, silly little. Charlie can tell you what emojis I told them to add after my contact. Yeah, I remember you guys having that conversation. Because what, Charlie, do you do like a zebra emoji or something?
I forget. Probably.
And then you usually do something witchy, like the crystal ball or something.
Yeah,
Or like
I
the
think that's what I
evil
did.
eye. Self is your prename suffix. Oh, yeah. It's like your prefix. So it's like instead of having Mr. or Mrs., because I'm non-binary, it's just self, first name titled. Yeah. Exactly. That's actually how Shannon should have addressed my wedding invitation instead of mix tie. It should have been self tie. But I do appreciate that both weddings I was invited to this year did address me and Charlie as mix on our invitation. That was pretty cool.
Because we
I don't
are mixed.
love the word mix as like a prefix, but I appreciate that it exists and that I am called it rather than
I
Mr. or
kind of
Miss.
like it.
I like it too. I know some people who like really don't like it and think it sounds stupid. And then people who like really like it. I'm like pretty lukewarm on it. I'm like, I don't know what they could have done that would have sounded better, but it also feels weird to pronounce.
It's better than like nibbling.
It's much better than nibbling. Yeah, nibbling is awful. Gotten any shinies these days?
No. It's been 16
It's
years.
been 84 years. Well, we're at 922, so you know, roughly like 40 more resets each, and we'll be at 1,000.
That's something.
Yeah, I mean, we're only like an hour and 20 minutes into stream, so we'll easily get to 1,000. Gonna play Webkin, so I'm less active. I've got to. If I'm less active, that's why I gotta do my dailies. You're good. You can lurk if you want. You can get the Mandy emote out for lurking. But yes,
You
get
go
those.
play
Get
Webkins.
those. Did you say Wegmans? Because I've done that.
I might have on accident said Webkins.
You know, Wegmans is a great grocery store. They got a lot of gluten-free and vegan stuff.
So true.
Only ever been addressed as mix once, and that's because I selected it out of a list of available honorifics. See, honorifics is the word that you were looking for, Tori. See, Ty is smart. That's why they have the PhD. Which I was glad they had included, especially for an academic journal. Yeah. Whenever it's like an option, I always am gonna pick it because I'm like, fuck yeah, a non-binary option. Even if it's like, I don't actually really want to be referred to that way, like
Better than any of the other
out
options.
loud. Like, it feels weird to actually be called that out loud. Like, if I was a teacher, I don't know if I would want to be like mix Thai, but on written things, it's fine. Prename sounds better. Yeah, you should replace it with prename. Not prefix, not honorific, prename.
Pre-gaming your name.
I mean, eventually I hope to be able to just use doctorate. That is the number one reason that non-binary people get PhDs. Like, literally. Because that is a gender-neutral way to be referred to that doesn't, like, kind of sound weird coming out of your mouth.
It wasn't created for the fact that non-binary
Yeah.
people exist.
The only problem with doctor being somebody assigned male at birth is people are going to think that you're a dude. Because people think that doctors are men. Just like on paper. Like, regardless of if it's a female doctor or a male doctor, people just like think that doctors are dudes. Which is
Because
stupid.
people are misogynistic.
Because there are tons of female doctors. And also females with PhDs that aren't like doctors, like MD doctors. You know. Because there's other ways to be a doctor. Like, my English teacher in high school had a doctorate, like a PhD in English. So she was technically a doctor, but everybody called her Mrs. last name. And it was like, she would constantly correct people and be like, it's doctor. And then people would laugh at her. And it's like,
Yeah. My dad has a doctorate
you're a
also.
doctor, though.
And it's in science, but
And you know
he's
what?
not like
I
an
never
MD
call
doctor.
your dad doctor ever.
No, no one ever does.
I forget that having a PhD makes him doctor because it's like, why would I call him that? Like, in my head, well, granted, I call your dad by his first name, but even if I didn't, in my head, I feel like your parents were like Mr. and Mrs. your last name and not ever doctor. Like, I don't think I ever thought of him in my head as doctor, which is, that's on me
No.
because he is doctor, but that's on me for just not knowing that when we started being friends. And then by the time we were dating, I was calling him by his first name.
He also doesn't really care.
Yeah. Because I think, I
about
mean, when it was like a
being
teacher, it
referred
was
to
more of a
that way.
respect thing. I mean, I'm sure his students call him doctor.
Yeah, I'm sure his students and his colleagues call him doctor.
Yeah, like when he's actively at, because he teaches at a university sometimes. So I feel like when he's at the university, I'm sure they call him that. But I feel like outside of there, I don't know who else would call him doctor. Saying he is doctor is giving I have purse. I love I
I
have
have
purse.
first.
I love that meme. Um, but I feel like it does also remind me of that post about gender neutral like honorifics outside of doctor is like military titles like sergeant, colonel, commander, like all of those are obviously gender neutral. Um, so it's
And then
like
there's like Thane.
yeah, so like obviously non-binary people are less likely to go into the military than they are to probably get a PhD. Not saying that non-binary people can't be in the military. It's just like between trans military bans and just like a general feeling of not wanting to be in the military when you're non-binary, um, is like you're probably more likely to find non-binary doctors than like non-binary military personnel. Because like me personally, you couldn't pay me enough to be in the military.
Nope.
Like I know they offer, you know, like oh we'll pay you and you don't have to pay for housing and you know you get all these benefits or whatever. That's how they try to convince high schoolers to go into the military. You could not pay me enough. There is no amount of money for I might die, right? Like obviously there are positions in the military that are like not in the line of fire per
Yeah, a
se.
lot of it's because they'll pay for your college if you serve for a while first.
Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough. I at that point I would just not go to college. Like I like no. I'm not going into the military. I'm not built for that. Even if I wasn't mentally ill and trans, like could not convince me to go into the military. I don't
Yeah,
care. I
even
don't
if they
care enough
would
about our
let us
country.
in, we wouldn't do it.
Like I don't give enough shits about our country. I'm sorry. I really don't. Every time somebody asks me at my job if we do a military discount, we don't because our country, blah, our company is not an American-based company. Think you know like IKEA, things like that, where their headquarters is elsewhere. We're a European company, so whenever they ask, "Do you guys do a military discount?" I'm like, "No, not for the American military." And they're always like, "Why?" Well, not always, but a lot of time they're like, "Why? Every other store in the mall has a military discount." And I'm like, "A, those are American-based companies, and B, I like just because you served in the military doesn't mean I'm going to give you your clothes for 10% off. Like, I'm sorry." Bravely worked as a civilian on military property, but I would never join the military either. Military police really like to give civilians a hard time. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. See, the only situation in which that I could imagine being adjacent to the military is being in like a civilian position or like, you know, doing something more like behind the scenes, like, you know, something where I sit at a computer and I do military intelligence or some shit like that. But you could not put me on a battlefield. I would say that I'd rather die, but in that case, I would just die doing it. I cannot fire a gun. We get people angry at us for our military discount being what it is. It's $1 each and the person and the party's tickets. It's an aquarium. Jesus. How much of a military discount do you expect at an aquarium? How much are the tickets in the first place? It's a small aquarium. The tickets cannot possibly be that much money. Even the Baltimore Aquarium, which is like called the National Aquarium, is yeah, that's what I figured you meant. Even the tickets for the National Aquarium weren't that much. 20. So okay, so you get like that's like, bro.
It's an aquarium.
It's not even an expensive ticket. Like, what are we talking about right now? Like, what exactly does you having been in the military do for my aquarium? Did you put the fish there? Like, what are we talking about right now?
Did you fight someone off for the fish?
And, like, don't get me wrong, I understand why military discounts are what they are. The point is that they served for our country, and they're the reason that we get to just happily live our lives and not be in the military. And the reason that we're not, you know, actively involved in combat is because they're the ones doing it, and blah, 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 blah. Thank you for your service, whatever. But it's like, I didn't ask you to do that. Like, me personally, I did not ask for anybody to do that.
Of course, it's the
It's
wives.
always the wives. Oh my god, wives of military people, or sometimes the children of military people, are so annoying about the military discount. Like, the number of times that I'll have people be like, "Do you do a military discount?" and they just look like somebody who was not in the military. Like, granted, you know, it's not like there's one look for somebody who has been in the military, but when it's like an older black lady or something, I'm like, I'm gonna assume that it was probably like your husband or your son who's in the military. I could be wrong, but like 9 times out of 10, I feel like that's the case. And if you're going to be annoying, then it's definitely the case. Military personnel are usually just like, okay, or they'll be like, dang, and then not say anything else. The city I worked in
Like,
during
oh
the summer of
well.
2009 on the military campus offers a military discount at most places because of a strong military presence in the city. That, I guess, makes sense. If you like live near a base or something, when you have a higher like population of military, that makes sense to me. But like where we live, we're close to DC, so there's that. But like we're not near any like military. I mean, we're near like Quantico, I guess. But besides that, it's like also there's definitely malls closer both to DC and to Quantico. Like we're in the middle of Northern Virginia where we're not right next to Quantico, but we're not right next to DC. Like where we are just has nothing. Like literally nothing. All right, I do have an ad coming up in like a minute, so we're gonna do these resets. No shiny. And then probably run that ad. So in the meantime, you guys get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, do your checks, pay your loan, walk your pet fish. The city has both a military base and a military university. That'll do it. Yeah, in a location like that, it makes a little bit more sense. But I personally have to pee, so I'm gonna go do that. But I will see you guys on the other side of the ad in like 3 minutes. Sit tight, and I'll see you in a minute. Bye. Alrighty, we are backsies. Let me see how everybody's checks went.
Oh, I can hear you double.
Oh, let me close the door. Hold on.
Echo.
Charlie could hear me twice. Alright, let's see. Ty is 87% gay, and Moth is 94% gay. Moth is 67% EP, and Ty is 93% EP. Okay, so Moth's gayer, but Ty's EPier. Moth is 55% cute, and zero. Why do you always get 0% froggy? That's
Oh
crazy.
no.
Is it an echo of wisdom? Unfortunately not, I fear. Neither Charlie or I have any wisdom. Um but yeah, I was gonna say Ty is probably gonna get to 100% EP anytime now.
Yeah, it's that time.
Oh, Tori is 69% cute. Let's
Yo.
go, Tori!
Hang on, I have something to redeem.
Yeah, bedtime very soon, I figure. Especially because I started late tonight. Well, not like late, but just an hour later than normal. But I was on time to being an hour late. What you doing over there? 41% gay.
How much money do you have? Like 69
Man, I need
cents.
to
You know what that
refresh.
means? I don't have enough money for
I
chicken
forgot to
nuggets.
move the alert so that they wouldn't be in the middle of the screen. That one was just straight up in the middle of all of the stuff. Where are those alerts? Hold on. I gotta see where I can move them to. Yep, sound alerts are just straight up in the middle of the screen. That's not quite right, is it? Let me try moving them over there. Yeah, that's a better location. Good job, Ty. Thank you for the bonk. Okay.
How much money do you have? Like 69 cents. You
You know what that means?
I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets.
It's true. I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets. Okay. Hopefully those alerts are in a better place now. That sounded like they went to heaven. That's not what I meant.
I was about to say.
I just
You
mean
kill them?
on a better location. What else do we have? That is untrue. I am gayer than that. I mean, you are bisexual last time I checked. So 41 is only like maybe a little less, but you have gone gayer since breaking up with Brendan. So,
Naturally.
yeah. I'll say it every time that like a queer woman breaks up with like a mediocre boyfriend, I'm like, now is your time to date women. Men are gross. I've always been gayer. That's fair. Because just because a bisexual woman is in a relationship with a man doesn't make them any less bisexual. That doesn't make a woman any less gay, chat.
Real.
I am 99% gay. And the 1% is the mediocre white boys. It happens to the best
My
of
mom
us.
likes my dad, women, and K-pop men, which
That's
are
true.
inherently effeminate.
Your mom loves a good K-pop boy. But I feel like it's not like, granted, like, I don't know your mom's vibe, but like, I mean, I do, but I don't. But like, I don't know her vibe in that sense. But like, whenever she talks about the like K-pop boys, to me, it's like she thinks that they're really like cute and like likes them like together and stuff, but it doesn't feel to me like she wants them personally for herself. You know what I
Yeah, no,
mean?
I think you're right.
Like I don't want to say that it doesn't feel like sexual per se, because it feels a little sexual, but more than that, it just feels like I just kind of want to eat him, but like I wouldn't actually, because they're so much younger than her and she knows that. So
Yeah,
she's like, he's 20, so I don't want to like do anything with him, but he's hot.
yeah.
Specifically blonde, bonus if Australian. Yeah. Is that where Brendan fell short in the lack of Australian accent? Nuggies are expensive now. It's crazy. I should not be paying like $10 for Dino Nuggies. But yeah.
I know nuggies should be free.
I feel like Lachlan like imprinted on your onto your love map. His last name was pronounced like Lachlan, so he got a pass. It was pronounced like Lachlan. That's pretty funny. Because I saw it typed out, but I don't think I actually knew how to pronounce it. I'm being for real, it's pronounced Lachlan. That's kind of insane. Did you do that on purpose? You started dating a man named Lachlan? I did not. That's really funny. I always think about back in those days when I was in the closet, um, that B obviously like her boy was Mitch, like that was her man, and then your man was Lachlan, and then who was Natalie's man? I feel like she bounced back and forth between mans, I think, but I know she was a big fan of like Vic. And I don't know. Who was her main man? I don't even know. But I remember having a conversation with B where she was like, because I was talking about how I didn't really like Mitch, like I didn't like him like that, and she was like, okay, well, like which one do you like? And I was like, none of them. I don't feel sexually attracted to any of these Minecraft YouTubers. Like I don't know what to say. And so I was just like, Deadlocks, who is named Ty, because I didn't want to be with him. I just wanted to be him. He had brown floofy hair, a green headset, and his name was Ty. And I stole his identity. And now he's like married with like a billion kids. So.
Oh, good night, Ty.
Shoot, I gotta be at the pharmacy campus tomorrow at 8 a.m. You better go to bed. Okay, good night. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Sleep good. I thought it was pronounced different. I'm gonna be honest, I 100% thought that there was an F in there. Pronunciation-wise. Because I know spelling-wise, I think there is an F in there. Or a GH or something. But I'm pretty sure there's an F sound in there. I'm surprised it would be pronounced Lachlan. I did too? Yeah. It's kind of how, like, Sean Jacksepticeye's last name is McLaughlin, but Rhett and Link's last name is McLaughlin. They're spelled differently, but pronounced basically the same. Also, for the record, for the stream. Yes. Go on.
I think she was maybe saying like all of that for the record.
For legal reasons, I was not sexually attracted to Lachlan. No, I know. No, I know. For legal reasons. No, but like, yeah, that was just one of those things. I mean, I can't speak for B, but I think that we were all experiencing a little bit of compet. My lawyers have advised me not to say anything else. It was just one of those, like, parasocial, you know, everybody picks their favorite boy kind of things. It's very much like Haikyuu, except for with real people. Like, because I didn't have a favorite boy. I picked Deadlocks because he was my favorite in, like,
I think how a lot of people feel about K-pop too.
Yeah, like, well, but everyone picks a bias in K-pop, and when you're a fan of Team Crafted, then you pick your guy in Team Crafted, and we were all like 12, and they were all like 18, but for the record now, the age difference feels a lot smaller when you know that Mitch is only like 4 years older than B. It just felt a lot bigger at the time. But, like, let's look up ages here, right? Like, how old is Lachlan? 29. I'm 23. He's, like, 6 years older than me. Which, in the grand scheme of things, is not insane. It's smaller than the age difference of my parents. And, like, I think Mitch and Jerome are even younger than that.
And I'm 25.
Jerome... Actually, no, Jerome is older, but I think Mitch might be younger. No, they're both older, but still. He's 5 years older than B. Lachlan was the youngest. He is, yeah. You're also 23. Exactly. Yeah, Lachlan is the youngest, but they're still all pretty close in age. Mitch is 30, so it's not that big of a difference. And B is 25. Or 24. B is 24. Because, Charlie, you're almost... No, you turned... What? How old are you?
I am 25.
You are 25. So B's 24. And I'm 23. Yeah. So... Okay, so Mitch is like 6 years older than B, but that's still not that big of an age difference in the grand scheme of things. It's big when you're 12, but it's not big when you're 20. But yeah, I think Lachlan is the youngest. I think you're right. But Mitch is younger than Jerome. Like, not that I'm saying that any of the members of the pack should have dated any of the fans that were our age, even once they were adults, but, like, it's really not as scary as it seems at the time. And Lachlan has some sort of, like, long-term female, right? My lawyers are scared that Lachlan will see this clip and ask questions. First of all, I'm sure that Lachlan will not see this clip. And second of all... Even if he did, we thought you were attractive in a perfectly normal, not parasocial, not unhealthy, and not sexual way. That's the thing about being like 12, 13, though, is like you don't really know what you're talking about. Like, I'm Ace, so I literally didn't know what I was talking about. But, like... I feel like you don't even you're like you don't even know what sexual attraction is at that age. Even if you are experiencing it, you like don't actually know what the attached feeling is. You're just super hormonal at that age. He doesn't actually? Oh, damn, I thought he had like a girlfriend. If you Googled Lachlan Power girlfriend, Google images of my profile picture of meeting him came up. That's pretty fucking funny. And also, like, very terrifying. That should not be a thing that happened. Nobody should have even jumped to that conclusion from that photo. Because I know it's Preston is married.
That's crazy.
Preston is married. Mitch is at least... in a long-term relationship. Is Jerome married or at least engaged? A lot of the guys have long-term relationships at this point. I'm glad I picked the one that was already in a relationship and then ended up marrying off and having a bunch of kids, because then I didn't have to answer for my crimes. I could be like, well, he's married and has a kid. So, instead of having to be like, I'm asexual and I don't know that about myself yet. So what you're saying is that you still have a chance with Lachlan.
Oh my god.
That would be crazy. I don't I don't think that you would survive, to be honest. I don't think that you would survive a relationship with Lachlan. I think he'd break you in half.
I'm fucking pissing myself laughing. That's it, Ty. You've killed Tori.
You know what? It happens. Because I think B, in a scenario where they met when she was older, I think B could have handled a relationship with Mitch. I don't think that you could handle a relationship with Lachlan. And I say that with love. I have so many words, but my lawyers have advised me not to speak. Yeah. Is munching potato your way in? Are you trying to find your way to Lachlan kind of slowly?
So that's what this is about.
Because I'm still friends with Alana, and she streams on Twitch, so, like, we could talk. Alana still knows Jerome. He has no idea who Lachlan is. But they're still in adjacent spaces. All you gotta do is just kind of, like, hop from one thing to the other. All you need is, like the 7 degrees of bacon, right? So, like, who does munching potato know that knows Lachlan?
I say he's joking. No, don't worry. We all know that we're all joking here.
This is all /J. I'm not gonna arrange.
Lawyers
Lawyers have shot me. I'm not gonna arrange anything for you and Lachlan. Absolutely no shot.
The whole bit with the lawyers, though, is killing me.
Yeah. Like, cause what spaces did he run in?
Your lawyers have shot Ty and me.
Munching potato. He ran with Team Crafted, right? His name is also Tyler. That's what I thought. So if he ran with Team Crafted, then he's only 1 degree away of bacon. 1 degree of bacon away from knowing Lachlan. That is a very small jump. Very doable.
Buddy.
It's like how I'm 1 degree of bacon away from a lot of people that I, like, can't fathom being that close to. I think I'm either 1 or 2 degrees of bacon away from Dan and Phil, and if I think about that for too long, I'll fall over.
That's fair.
Because I know somebody who knows somebody that knows Dan and Phil, I'm pretty sure. Because at the very least, I know somebody who knows Tyler Oakley who knows Dan and Phil. So at the very least, I'm 2 degrees of bacon away, if not 1. No, I'm 1. I'm 1 degree of bacon away from Dan and Phil. Because first of all, I've met them, so there's that. But that doesn't help me. But I've also met Dodie, and Dodie knows Dan and Phil. Lawyers has never happened, but hypothetically, I say all of this like I didn't message Preston on Twitter last week asking him if him and I can call so I can ask him if Lachlan still knows me. Oh my god. Here's the thing. I think that Lachlan would 100% recognize you from that clip. Like, he would remember that having happened. I just don't know if that's good for you or not. Like, I don't know if you necessarily want him to remember you from that, or if it would be better to make a new impression as adult Tory mod of munching potato.
Love the analysis.
Because sometimes it's better if people don't know that you were 12. That's what I've learned. I can't. Never mind, I can't say that. Can't say that. But Charlie knows. My lawyer's not in agreement. Text it to me instead. Oh god, it's too long. It's too complicated. All you need to know is that sometimes it's better if people see you as you are now and don't know anything about your past. Because, like, Charlie and I are in a good place where if we had known each other during, like, school years, um, I think we would have been friends, and I think that we could have dated if we had known each other when we were younger. Because, for all intents and purposes, we ran in the same circles. We would have known the same people. We were weird in the same ways.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that one of us had any higher, like, social hierarchy over the other one in high school, even though we lived in completely different places. But some people are dating somebody that wouldn't have even remotely looked at them in high school. Like, my boyfriend in high school was on the football team, and he was, like, a total jock, and he made straight A's, and, you know, he had all these, like, cheerleader girlfriends, and I was a band nerd, or I did theater, or I was like a total outcast, total gay nerd, and like no way he would have dated me in high school, but he'll date me now kind of thing. Whereas Charlie and I were like the same thing in high school. Like we were in the same social class. I promise you Lachlan won't watch this because this is just going to turn into a VOD that lives on my Twitch channel for 60 days and then disappears. Lachlan doesn't hang out in my Twitch chat, I promise. And even if he did, which he doesn't, but even if he did see this, this conversation is a critique on what we were like at that age. You know what I mean? Like, I think that we're all grown up enough to, like, acknowledge who we were when we were that age, and he's an adult man who can also understand that we're not the same people that we were when we were 12. I mean, like, take Dan and Phil for example.
He was also 12 once.
Right. And, like, take Dan and Phil for example, right? Like, this whole Terrible Influence tour nonsense has been them saying our audience was basically terrible when we were, you know, like 10 years ago. They treated us not like people. The relationship was very parasocial. They basically outed us as queer before we were ready. And they, like, drew up the blueprints to our apartment. And that was very creepy and we didn't appreciate it. So we had to go on a hiatus for our mental health because we were not being treated in a way that was fair. And we, as an audience, 10 years later, who were 12 at the time and are 22 now, can say, Dan and Phil, we're sorry. If we had known better, we wouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have been speculating like that. We shouldn't have drawn up the blueprints to your apartment. We shouldn't have speculated on whether or not you were gay or tried to out you as gay. And we would never do that again because it's wrong. And they are like, okay, we accept your apology, but you're on thin fucking ice and we're going to make you pay for it, right? And that's what TID is all about. And I feel like the same can be said for people that were fans of Team Crafted and people that were fans of the pack. I mean, it has been 10 years and they then were like our age or younger now. Like, we're basically the age that they were when we were fans of them. And so now I, as a 23-year-old person, can look back on people that age and understand where they're coming from because I was that age once, but also be like, God, I was cringy when I was 12. And I feel like it's not wrong to say when I was 12, I had a crush on a YouTuber who I had like never met or met once at a convention, based purely on a parasocial relationship that I had with his YouTube channel because YouTubers share a lot of themselves online. You feel like you get to know them. You get to see their face, so you can have like a physical attraction combined with sort of an emotional thing, a connection that you feel like you have, even though they have literally never met you, never seen you before in their life. Maybe they met you once at a convention. They probably don't remember it. How we can understand that relationship is parasocial because we know a lot more about YouTubers than they know about us. And then we can say, like, I'm sorry that I acted that way, and I wish that I hadn't, but, you know, such is the nature of being 12 and being hormonal and, you know, just being a fangirl. And also, the culture was different back then. Being a really annoying fangirl was kind of the thing back then. Like, that was the thing that people did back then, was be annoying fangirls. Whereas now, annoying fangirls are a little bit more shunned, you know? Not that they weren't shunned then, but, like, COVID has changed a lot about the internet subculture because it basically brought people into the fandom space that never would have been here otherwise because they had nothing to do during quarantine. Dan and Phil fans, less so because they were on the hiatus in 2020, but still, uh, Dan and Phil have newer fans that came in post COVID who have no idea about the events of pre hiatus,
Just crazy.
don't even know about Dan and Phil before they were gay because they came out in 2019. Um, and it brought a lot of more like quote unquote normal people into the fandom space where the fandom space was typically the weird people, right? So it brought a lot of normal people into a weird people space rather than bringing weird people into a normal people space, which is what normally happens. Annoying fangirls became fan theys. Exactly. I mean, Dan and Phil joke all the time that their audience of 12-year-old girls has become either like boys or lesbians. Like, those are basically the two paths you can go down as a Dan and Phil fan. You either become trans or you become a lesbian. Or both, but usually one or the other. They literally said in one of the videos they just put out, like, we're proud of all of the girls who used to be boys and or boys who used to be girls in our fandom. And like, period. You know?
Lesbians, trans guys, non-binary people.
Yeah. But I would also say everything feels a lot bigger when you're like 12. Like any interaction with, you know, a member of the pack or a member of Team Crafted or whoever, Dan and Phil, felt like, you know, life alteringly huge. It was like, oh my God, they noticed me. Oh my God, they talked to me. They must also be in love with me. Whereas now the internet is so large that those interactions feel much smaller. It's like, if I get a notice now from like a big YouTuber or a big streamer, like I'm still like, oh my God, they responded to me, but it doesn't feel like so crazy that I'm just gonna like start throwing up and screaming and crying like I would have when I was 12 because I'm, you know, I have more of a handle on my emotions and also I'm a lot more familiar with the online space being a streamer now than I was when I was that age. Because again, the internet was smaller, so everybody felt a lot closer to you. We could actually build genuine relationships with members of Team Crafted and members of the pack when we were that age because there weren't really that many people in the grand scheme of things subscribed to them. Like, yeah, it was 1 million people, but 1 million people is a lot less now than it was then in the scheme of like having followers. Like somebody with 1 million followers on TikTok can actually still be basically nobody in real life. Whereas if you had 1 million subscribers on YouTube in 2012, you were huge. You know what I mean? It's like the scope of things has changed drastically. And we had Backplane, which was an even smaller community than Twitter or Instagram or Tumblr, where it was invite only. You had to know somebody to get in. There were probably only, I don't know, a few hundred people on the platform, maybe. And they could interact with us one-on-one, and if you made art for them, they would see it. And then they would DM you and ask you if they could make your art into merch, and then they would put it on t-shirts and sell it, and then you could buy it. You know? Like, that doesn't happen as often these days. Like, yeah, YouTubers will still commission their, like, fans to make their merch and stuff, but, it's not like what it was. We're almost at 10:46. Oh, now my counter, I feel like, needs to be moved over a little bit because it's in the quadruple digits now. Scooch over.
Gooch.
Yeah, there we go. We're almost at 1/8 odds.
Yo.
Let's go. Anyway, that was an insane rant. But my point, I think, was that even if Lachlan did see this, which he shouldn't and he won't, but even if he did, I don't think we need to like be concerned about how he might feel about it, because it's like we're all adults now. Like we can admit that we did things when we were 12 that we're not proud of. And I think that he can understand that. And he probably appreciates the fan that you were at the time, because at least being a straight man, he didn't really have to worry about you like speculating about his relationships or his, I mean, you could still speculate about his relationships, be like, oh, is random woman Lachlan was seen with his girlfriend, but more so like speculating about his sexuality and his private life. Like that was less of a thing, I think, with him than it was with like Dan and Phil and things like that.
But yeah, you're so good. I love listening to Ty yap about things.
I can really, you put me on a topic and I'll just go, you know? Okay. These next two are going to be 1045 and 1046. So let's see some McFrickin' shinies.
McFrickin' shinies.
I feel good about 1046. It feels like a good number for a shiny. Nope. All right, well, that was technically 1045, so. No,
Yeah.
damn.
Nothing.
I was really hoping it would be 1024 because A, lucky number, and B, 1/8 odds, but that's okay. Maybe it'll be 1048. That's also a good number.
True. An even better number.
Yeah. Well, that was 1047, so show me 1048. I'll get blocked for this. How dare you?
Nope.
Boo. Alright, well, 1,000 more and we'll be at 2048, which is... What is that? Like a fourth of odds? Yeah. So, stay tuned for 1/4 odds.
In 8 years.
I mean, we're getting through them pretty fast. We started today at, what, like 700 something?
Yeah.
So we've already done 300 and we're only like halfway through stream. So I feel like we could get at least to like 1,200. So we're getting somewhere.
We are getting somewhere. That's true.
We're making progress. Slow but steady progress. And, you know, the thing is, it's like, regardless of odds, it could happen at literally any time, you know? That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like, odds are basically made up. You have a 50-50 shot every time. It'll either be shiny or it won't.
Okay, Anne.
I don't really care about my percent chance of it being shiny, because it's like, even if it was a 0.000000001% chance, it could happen.
Yeah.
You could get it on your literal first reset. Like, I think about that post where the kid caught shiny Dialga and didn't even know it was shiny because it was just Dialga. And it was like, you know, who knows how many resets it took him to catch Dialga, because he could have, you know, failed it the first couple times or something. But, like, he still probably got it in way, way under odds.
Yeah.
Like, there's no situation in which somebody resets this 8,000 times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a yapper. I do be yapping.
I love your yapping.
Thanks. You got Lugia over there.
Maybe I do.
He got hands for wings.
Maybe he does.
I bet he does.
So what if he does?
I bet he does.
What about it?
Well, I have a bird with wings for wings. So what about that?
He still has wings, he just also has hands.
I don't know. It kind of seems like his wings are his hands.
He's just got hands at the ends of his wings. Don't judge him.
I am judging him.
Well, stop it.
Did you guys hear about the new TCG Pocket packs?
Yes.
It's like Revelry or something. They're gonna have shinies.
I like how I say yes, like you don't know that I already know.
I have not. They're gonna have shinies. Shiny in
Have
the
you been?
cards. I don't think I've pulled my packs today. Let me check them.
Do you play TCG Pocket?
I have not been checking my packs every day like I used to, just because I get busy and I kind of forget they exist. So I have not been pulling my packs. I have basically none of Triumphant Light. And a lot of the, like, 1-star cards I have is just the same, like, Meryl card over and over again. I do not know what that is, but I'm engaging with the stream. It's Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, or TCG Pocket. It's basically like, you know how you can collect Pokemon cards in real life? You can collect them on your phone now, and you get digital cards. And you can open these cute little, like, booster packs every day. And it's basically card collecting for poor people who can't afford real cards, although people do drop a ton of money on the digital cards too. But here, we'll open this pack. It had some sparkle. There was definitely something at the back. We got Magnemite, we got Snorunt, Azumarill, Cherim. Ooh, we got the cool Houndoom card.
Oh, I want that one.
Yeah, the, like, full art where he's got, like, fire coming out of his mouth.
Oh, I want that one so bad.
That's super cool, actually. It's really fun. I recommend it.
We can be friends and trade.
Yeah, you can trade with people. I was gonna say, Moth, we should trade, because I know that we're missing some. I still haven't finished the first packs they released. Like, I'm still not done with
I'm still missing 2 in Genetic Apex.
Genetic Apex. Yeah, I finished Mythical Island, except for the, like, star cards and stuff, the rares. But I have not finished Triumphant Light or Space Time Smackdown.
Join us, Tori.
But yeah, it's pretty fun if you're into, like, card collecting, and you can battle and trade and stuff too, but you can also literally just collect and not even, like, do a lot of battling. I wish I did more of it, but, like, I don't know. I struggle to get into the battling.
From it sometimes.
All right, we got a Golbat, we got Mothim, we got Snover, we got Electrike, and we got Irida. That pack was less good, but it did have a new card in it, so I'll take it. Perhaps I shall join you. Yippee! Yeah, I will say, Pokemon's been really coming out with the apps. I like Pokemon Sleep a lot, but I've been really bad about doing it lately. But I really want to do the Darkrai and Cresselia event.
Games except for TCG Pocket.
Yeah, I need to do the Darkrai and Cresselia event.
I checked any of the Pokemon at all.
Oh, good job.
That means they don't exist, though, so it's fine.
Oh, so now I have to do -1 because you didn't do your check. We're almost at 1069. I'll do this check, and then you have to do a check to catch up to me.
Yeah.
Or we're going to be at odd numbers for the rest of time. Alright, I got nothing. Alright, that was check 1069. Now you gotta do one more. I'll just keep doing packs until Charlie catches up to me. Or that was all the packs I had, but like I'll keep doing TCG. I have 50 different cards in Triumphant Light. That's what it just told me, that I have 50 different cards. So not a lot considering the size of that pack. But they didn't have shiny cards up until this point, but now they do in the new packs. The ones that haven't come out yet, Revelry. So I know the shiny hunters are excited for that. A lot of people are going to do any shiny
Okay.
I pull, I hunt. Alright, you did one.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And I probably will do that because it sounds like fun. Because I've never pulled a shiny card in real life. So it would be my first shiny Pokemon card. They had Pogo events for it, and I was like, LOL, no. I refuse Pokemon Rest. I refuse to acknowledge or download it. Yeah, that's fair. Given your condition. I actually really like it now that I'm sort of okay with the whole being unconscious thing. But you can get shinies, so it kind of makes it okay. It's like, well, if I go to bed on time, I'll get a shiny Pokemon. Which kind of makes me less insomniac. But now I get so tired from work, it's like I just fall asleep. Which I guess is a good thing. I don't know. Alright, let's see what I have. I have a bonus pick with the Snorlax card in it that I want. Give me the Snorlax. I didn't get him. God damn it. Where was he? Oh, I never would have picked there. I think they changed the meta for the Wonder Picks again. Not worth it. I need Lachlan himself to show up at my door and say good job for me to rest reasonably, or Olivia Wilde. Yeah, I'm telling you, sharing a bed with a partner actually really does, like, kind of do wonders for that, like, low-key. Because even though, like, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really feel like Charlie could protect me if something weird were to happen in the night, but at the very least, I know they'd wake me up.
Hi.
I don't think you could protect me from a murderer or anything, but you'd wake me up
No,
if there
I'd
was a
try.
murderer.
I do my
Ooh,
best.
there's a Leafeon card in that Wonder Pick. I'm trying to find one that has a decent bit of cards I don't have, because there's still a few I don't really have. Okay, I think the most that I didn't have was 3 in one pack. Yeah, there's 3 in that one I don't have. I think the rest are 2. Yeah, I'm going for the 3. There's not really anything super interesting in it, but there are 3 cards I don't have, so that's the chance to get a card I don't have. After 4.5 years with Brendan, I disagree. Yeah, but you guys didn't, like, live together. You know? Also, a white man.
No.
Oh shit, I forgot to look at where the cards I wanted were. I'll just tap that corner. That's one of the fucking ones I had, isn't it? I'll kill you. I had a 3 in 5 chance of getting a card I didn't have. Really don't feel like sending you a thanks for that. He spent every night at my house for 2 to 3 years. Damn. And that didn't help at all?
I guess y'all are just different.
Well, yeah, first of all, we definitely are. And second of all, like, it helped with him. What do you mean? Because, like, granted, my thing is, like, I don't really know what I was... So, okay, chat, for context, you guys have no idea what we're talking about. When I was younger, I was, like, really bad insomniac. Like, I stayed up really late at night, and I basically lived on, like, no sleep. I would get like a couple hours here and there and I would be fine. I would go to school. I would wake up at like 6 a.m. for school, and I would be out until like 2 a.m. for band stuff, and I would just sleep from like, 2 to 6 and then do it all over again. And that was like fine for me. I like wasn't all that tired. I mean, I was tired, but I wasn't like as tired as I am now, considering I get more sleep. Um, but I also had this like weird thing where I would get like really, really anxious if I would try to fall asleep, and I was a really light sleeper. So like, the sound of like a pin dropping downstairs would wake me up, and like I had a really hard time actually falling asleep. So Tori has hypnophobia, which is the fear of being asleep or falling asleep or being unconscious or something along those lines. And I don't know 100% if that's what I had or if my anxiety was just really severe and it manifested in a sort of like hypnophobia type thing. So that also might be the difference between me and Tori, is that mine might have been more of an anxiety induced thing and yours might be something different. But now I'm in a relationship with Charlie and we share a bed, and I've been on anxiety meds for a couple of years. And the combination of those two things have actually made it a lot easier for me to go to bed at night. I actually just like honk shoo me now. I take naps during the day, which is an insane thing. And if you had told me that when I was in high school, I wouldn't have believed you. I would have been like, what do you mean I can sleep during the day? That's impossible. That doesn't make sense. I trusted him with the subject more, and I felt I could rest freely with him. That's good, at least. That you felt like at least that you could rest. Because when I was younger, I couldn't go to, like, if I went to a sleepover, I would not fall asleep. I have a pretty stark memory of being at my best friend Bryce's, like, birthday party sleepover and just being awake and just, like, staring at the ceiling, and everybody else was asleep, and I was just awake. Because I could not, if there was somebody else in the room, I could not fall asleep. Not on a bus, not on a train, not in a class, not on a plane. Like, I could not fall asleep if there was another person in my vicinity. Like, at home...
fall asleep everywhere.
At home, if my parents were in their bedroom or my brother was in his bedroom, that was one thing. But, like, if there was somebody else that could see me or that could access me easily, I was not falling asleep. As far as anyone is concerned, I do not rest. Yeah. I definitely never got restful sleep, and I still don't. That was something they told me when I went on anxiety meds. They were like, well, how much sleep are you getting? And I was like, oh, like this much. And they were like, yeah, you're not getting restful sleep. Like, you're being unconscious, but you're not actually getting your energy back. And I'm still not getting my energy back when I sleep. So that's still a problem that I have. Yeah, that's for a different reason, though. Charlie is an enigma. They can fall asleep anywhere and under any circumstances. When we were on the road trip, they were in the back of the car. And I'm not saying that a car is a weird circumstance to fall asleep. I think pretty much everyone has fallen asleep in a car at some point. What was weird was when we took a turn and their backpack fell off, like we had a pile of suitcases on top of one of the seats in the car. Their backpack fell off of the suitcases, plopped right on them, and they stayed asleep through that. Listen. That is an insane thing to sleep through. I've been having to discuss resting more with one of my doctors instead of hiding it like an angsty teen, and it's been helpful but unhelpful. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that it's like a mental health thing one way or another. Like, because, mentally healthy people probably don't suffer from hypnophobia, at least not the way that you did, or you do and that I did. Because obviously for me, the one time the doctors were right about it being just anxiety, it like probably was just my anxiety, or like my anxiety coupled with some other things, but more or less being just anxiety, and something that I was actually able to get over. Not that you won't get over it. Like, I'm sure eventually with the right, like, regimen of therapy and or medicine or something.
Some crazy things were my anxiety.
Yeah. That you could, not have that fear. And I'm not saying that just, like, sleeping with a partner is going to 100% solve it, because obviously it won't. But can't hurt. I mean, I guess it can, but it, in my case, has been better. And I was worried about it because when we first started dating, they woke me up a lot just by moving in their sleep. Like, I was not asleep enough that them rolling around wouldn't wake me up. I used to get panic attacks when my internet friends would say they took NyQuil.
Oh.
Yeah. I I took NyQuil when I had COVID, and I was really freaked out about it. I'm not gonna lie. That definitely brought up like some old feeling because I was fine taking Dayquil, but I was pretty hesitant on Nyquil because I was like, I don't want it to make me sleepy. But when you have COVID, you just fucking do whatever. I have it bad. I'd rather stick pencils in my own eyes than taking meds that make me drowsy. Yeah. I think that's why I was okay going on the med that I went on because they didn't tell me it would make me drowsy. So the fact that it did make me drowsy, I was just like, well, that's weird.
Yeah, my chronic fatigue is terrible.
Because I think that the difference between Tori's hypnophobia and mine is that I wanted to sleep. Like, I wanted to be able to sleep. I just couldn't. Whereas you're a lot more afraid of the concept of sleep. Like, thinking about people sleeping or thinking about sleeping freaks you out a lot. But for me, I was like, God, I wish I wasn't, I wish the idea of sleeping didn't make me so anxious.
Also, Tori, if we need to move on
Yeah,
and
that's
stop
fair.
talking about this, that's totally fine.
Yeah. If you want me to shut up, I can. I can move on to a different.
Yeah, sorry, I just had that thought. I was like, maybe we...
Yeah. We needed to move on like 5 minutes ago. Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. I have an ad coming up, so we can change topics. We can change topics. We're at 11:02 right now. I guess 1100 would have been a good place to stop, but we'll do one more reset and then I will play an ad. Oh, shiny Totodile. Alas. Let's see if Charlie's gonna get anything. Nope. Nope. Nothing. Alright. Well, the ad's gonna play, so in the meantime, get yourself something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, pet your fish, do your checks, pay your loan, and I will see you in 3 minutes. Be right back. Okay. We're back. Let me check on checks. Moth is 20% froggy. I guess that's better than 0, but Tori got 0. MG, thank you for the fart. Welcome in. Making dinner, so I'm lurking. Don't mind me. Okay, have a good lurk. Thank you for paying your daily loan. You're at 9,405 bells on your loan. I think Moth is in the bathroom, but they will probably be back soon. But yeah, MG, I hope you're having a good weekend so far, and I hope that your dinner is yummy. Probably should have waited for Charlie to be done before I came back onto the screen, but the ad finished, so I just kind of autopiloted back to here. So now we wait. I can just do a check without them, it's fine. I'll just make the counter go down 1. Or I'll just do 2 checks without them so it's even.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, I did a check without you, so I'm going to do 1 more.
So what?
I did 1 check without you, so I have to do 1 more.
Okay.
So that it's even. And then it'll be good. Okay. There we go. Okay, yeah. So those 2 checks were mine. Bathrooms at my work flooded again. So they've flooded before. And it smells like sewage. Nasty.
R.I.P.
Stuck in my nose holes. I got home 5 hours ago. I hate it when something lingers like that. It sucks. Is it flooding because you work in an aquarium, or is that unrelated?
Sniff some, like, coffee grounds or something. That's a good, like, cleanser usually.
Ew, don't sniff coffee.
That's what they tell you to sniff. That sometimes they have coffee beans, and, like, grounds at, like, candle places and stuff like that for you to smell in between because it cleanses it.
Yeah. No, I know it does. Unrelated. So there's not just, like, fish kind of...
flopping around.
I just imagine, like, an aquarium tank just busted open and it floods the bathroom and there's just fish.
Oh dear. I'm glad that that's not what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, that would be funnier. But yeah, probably good.
Then also poor fish.
Yeah, probably good that that's not what's going on. Probably not good. The bathroom floods into the pipes, and one of them isn't connected to anything. It just ends in the ground somewhere. So when the ground can't soak up people's shit, it backs up into our commissary and floods poop into our break room.
Ew.
What? They should fix that. That can't be the correct way for plumbing to happen.
No.
It's like how when we were doing our laundry and the washing machine drained into our bathtub, so there was a bunch of, like, soapy clothes water in our bathtub.
Oh, it stunk.
But, like, it smelled terrible, but, like, not as bad as if that had been fucking sewage. But it did turn our tub brown. And our sink.
Yeah, because it was all the dirty.
And our downstairs toilet was brown a
clothes.
lot, and now I'm wondering if that was related because, like, it wasn't brown. Like, the amount of that we use the downstairs bathroom does not equate how dirty that toilet gets. Our upstairs toilet that we use way more often is less dirty than the one downstairs. But they fixed our pipes, so hopefully that won't happen anymore. But I'm pretty sure pipes aren't just supposed to spit out into the ground.
No.
They're supposed to go into, like, the sewage places or whatever. The sewers. I blame the concept of state parks. What did the state parks do? Used to own our pipes? Oh. Well, that'll do it. I see how that could cause the problem.
Previous owners of the pipes.
Yeah. Oh. Who's that guy? Oh, is it one of Brotato's? That's funny.
Yeah, it says Munchie 61 Rave.
Yeah,
if you
that
hover
makes
over
sense.
it. So it seems like it.
I'm surprised that he doesn't. Why are there 61 people whose Twitch username starts with Munchie? Because it made sense with Charlie that there were like a billion users named Charlie. But how many Munchings can there possibly be?
Mine was like 80 something, I think.
It was like 789.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was like.
Maybe they just pick a random number. Maybe it's not in numerical order. That seems like a shit system, but
Who knows?
yeah, I don't know. I just work here.
I'm just a guy.
That's why self-titled is the perfect username, because my email prefix is self-tie. It literally could not be better. That's the one thing I won't have to change when I get partner. I'll change my username to self-titled with no underscore, but my email prefix will stay the same. I just like them. That's fair. Whereas Peachy Pink Katie and Peachy Cheek 16 would have like the same emo prefix. They would have to have something different after the Peachy. Can I tell you a secret? I mean, you can. I am live on twitch.tv.
Do you want to tell the stream a secret?
So it depends on how secret you want that secret to be. I mean, if you text it to me, I won't tell chat. But any secret you tell me, Charlie will know because they're on Discord. Shh, I can tell stream a secret. My lawyers advised us when I was okay. All right. Guys, Tori's lawyers said that it's okay for her to...
If they say it's okay, then it's okay.
...to share.
Now we're in suspense waiting.
Yeah, we just have to wait for the secret.
For Tori to type.
My username wasn't iconic. None the way it is, I would have changed it a year ago. What would you change it to? You have an idea for a rebrand?
Ooh, well, maybe if you go back to streaming, you could do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Charlie's username was pretty iconic. Like, everybody knew them as Charlie because it is their name. But they couldn't get confused with other Charlies because you could always just say, oh, Charlie Moth. So, like, literally today, we were in our friend Cat's stream, and one of our other friends, Skelly, came into chat, and then Charlie said hi, and he was just like,
What?
and then they were like, oh, it's me, Charlie. And then they were like, oh my god, hi! Just because
But,
not everybody
yeah.
got the memo that the username changed. It still has the moth, but I think people get thrown off by the Sky being at the beginning of it because Sky is not your name.
You're like, who's Sky? My persona, that's who.
Yeah. Because the thing is, you are Peachy Cheeks, but you are also Blue Baby Tori. Like, you are both of those things to me, and neither of them is necessarily, like, more iconic than the other. Like, I
And
will
it could be something
say,
different altogether if you wanted it to be.
I refuse to change my backup Twitter's username from what it is. That is the name that it was when it was a fan account, and I will never change it. That is the name that was like tagged by Dan and Phil when they responded to me, and thus, even though I know if I changed the it with Twitter's new UI, it would switch over. But I still cling to the existence of Zol Fantastic. I'll never change it. I made Blue Baby Tori when I was 5. It used to be Blue Baby 5. Yeah. I cling to shit. Listen, the password I use now is the same password I used on Webkins when I was a kid. Like, it has a different iteration now because Webkins would let you have your password be like the word cheese with no numbers or symbols. So now my password is like the word cheese, but with like 3s for ease and like an exclamation point at the end.
Can you imagine if it really was cheese?
You don't know what I made my Webkins password. I'm taking notes. Yeah, everybody write that down. My password for my Twitch account is lowercase c h 3 3 s 3 exclamation point.
I know the basis of what a lot of your passwords are.
Yeah. I know your passwords.
Yeah, you know mine better than I know yours.
I
For
feel like,
sure.
yeah, you don't know the numerical system that I use for my passwords per account. Like, I think that you would put in the wrong numbers.
No, I could tell you like the first few letters, and then that's kind of it.
Yeah. That's because my password doesn't make any sense. My password is a combination of numbers and letters that quite literally do not go together. My PIN for my debit card is clever, and I'm so upset I can't tell it to anyone. Yeah, my PIN for my debit card is also just my passcode on my phone, which is definitely an unsafe method to have because people can figure out your phone passcode pretty easily, and then thus they would have my debit PIN. But
Yeah, my phone password and my phone number are similar.
yeah, mine is also clever-ish. Not clever in a way that's fun, but just clever in a way that's how I remember it. Gotta be RB, my mom needs me or something. Okay, you're good. But
Tell your mom we said hi.
you'll have to let us know about the plans for the rebrand, though.
But yes, tell your mom we said hi. Me being an extrovert, tell her we said hi.
I know, you're so funny. Being with an extrovert is super weird as an introvert. It's like, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on.
Charlie will just talk to people for fun. It's baffling. just people they don't even know.
Here, I'm gonna
That's...
say a wild sentence to you. I like talking to people.
Why? That's crazy. There's no reason for that.
Well, I enjoy it.
Well, because the thing is, it's like, it's not like I don't like talking to people necessarily, but like, I don't like people. I like some people,
There are still plenty of people that I do not like.
and I like talking, but I don't like having conversations in the like stereotypical sense. I like having autism yap sessions where I talk for 30 minutes and then they talk for 30 minutes.
See, I can also do that.
Yeah, I just feel like talking to most people is like not that. And then that's like meh.
Meh.
I just don't like unscripted conversation. I like to know what the person I am talking to is going to say next. And I like to have the script for what I'm supposed to say so I don't say the wrong thing. Because I am known to say the wrong thing, and not only say the wrong thing, but then harp on it for 30 minutes. Because I will take one thought and then expand upon it forever. And then people are like, I actually didn't want to hear about that. And I'm like, well, you should have told me that before I talked about it for 30 minutes. We got the Wii
Well, I love
music.
listening to whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, the problem is I just don't know what an appropriate topic of conversation is for regular people. I feel safe talking to you because I know that if I say something out of line, you'll just tell me. But with other people, I don't know.
I also yap an inappropriate amount.
Yeah, but you have more self-awareness than I do.
What?
You have more self-awareness than I do. Like, you understand social cues. You know how people are feeling, which I don't. You can tell when somebody wants me to shut up or is uncomfortable, and I can't. Especially over text. Like, I can't tell how anybody is feeling over text at all.
Not
Like,
as good over
unless
text.
they use tone tags. And even if they do use tone tags, I still don't always know because I still feel like there's like subtext that I'm missing.
I'm not as good over text, but that's because I'm better at reading like people like
Yeah. But I still feel like you can tell over text, at least if people are taking like a more hostile tone or a more like conversational tone.
probably.
Because like I'll be in a Twitch chat and think that like I'm bantering with somebody and they're actually just being mean to me. And I can't tell. And then that shit doesn't land. And then it's uncomfortable for everybody. I'm really hard to insult because I just won't know that you're doing it. Or if you do insult me and I do know that you're doing it, I probably won't be super offended by what you said. It has to be like really specific things. But also, if you're somebody that I actually like and you say something that's like not even mean, but even slightly critical, then I will just, then just like the RSD will kick in and then that's worse. I
Look,
would rather
RSP
somebody that I don't
sucks.
know say something mean to me than somebody that I like say something slightly critical to me or correct me about something. Like, I would literally rather somebody on the street call me ugly than have somebody that I trust be like, actually?
It's such a
Because that is
shitty sim
far
it's such a
worse.
shitty symptom of ADHD, RSD.
Yeah.
Sucks booty cheeks.
I literally cannot with it. It's like, it's gotten me into so much trouble because then I just get defensive because I'm aggressive. So, like, at least some people with RSD, like people more like you'll just cry. Like if you
Yeah, I cry a
feel
lot.
if you feel rejected by something, you'll just start crying, and like I will do that, but I will
When I
also
say I
get
cry
like
a lot, it's because I
yeah,
always feel rejected because of the RSD.
but I will also get like irrationally angry. Like I will get really upset, which is arguably worse than just crying about it. Because at least if you just cry about it, you can kind of get over it. But then I get like aggressive. And I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
I'll cry
they
in
hate
bad
me.
cases, get kind of depressed about it.
Yeah. We lo-fi.
I can't hear it, but I can imagine it.
Can I share my audio with you? Is that possible?
Because like I have your stream up, but I don't want to hear, but I want to hear you on Discord.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way
So
for me to share my... Can I
I
just share
have Twitch
my...
muted.
Eh. Because I can't share my
Bless you.
Spotify with you. Mm. If I share my screen with you, can you get the audio from it or no?
Maybe.
Probably no.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, I have share stream audio. Can you hear my screen if I share it with you?
Keep clicking on it.
Huh?
I can hear it. It's just very quiet.
Mm,
And I have the
okay.
stream volume up all the way.
Yeah, well, it's kind of making it glitch out anyway, so...
Yeah.
How do I make you hear my audio? I don't know. I don't know if there is a way.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Because, I mean, I'm using your Spotify.
That's true.
I can invite others to my jam, but I can't invite you because I am you. So, I don't know what to do in that scenario. Well, just imagine... Well, now it's Animal Crossing, but imagine we lo-fi.
Yeah. Don't worry. I can do that.
Because my other thing is I could have us listening to the same music in the Discord bot,
That's
but
true.
then I don't know if stream
That would be
able
on
to hear the
stream.
music. Well, they either would or they wouldn't hear it.
Yeah.
Because I would want to detach it from your voice. Because whenever this is inevitably a recording, I don't want your voice to be slapped onto the same track as the music.
Yeah.
I'm back. My mom says hi back, by the way.
Yay.
We're also very different in our approaches to our friends' parents. I feel like growing up, most of my friends' parents didn't like me, and you're somebody who other people's parents do like.
I
Which,
would
like,
say that that was
works out
generally
for you with
true.
my parents, because my parents like you.
My parents like you.
Yeah, but I also feel like that's a little different. I'm also surprised that your parents like me because I am a disaster human.
So am I.
No, you're not. You're very nice and well behaved, and you don't, like, say weird things.
I'm still a disaster.
No, you're not. I made a joke about killing your mom's parents in a group chat with your mom in it the other day. We are not the same. Don't even try.
That was fair though. That was warranted.
Yeah, but that's like an inside thought, you know? You would have kept that inside. Like how Robin went to a separate group chat to talk about the pie. Because your mom's kind of over the whole thing.
Well, you being really sarcastic works really well with my parents.
Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It kind of depends on what I'm being sarcastic about. Because some people fuck with sarcasm, some people don't.
Yeah, I just meant my parents specifically.
I know, but it still depends. Like, I get that your parents like me because we're engaged and everything, but I feel like if we weren't, it would be different. Like, if we were just friends and we weren't, like, dating or engaged. Had a fresh stream because my internet likes to fuck itself up. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Also, my internet's not the best, and I'm actively trying to stream on it, so...
I've had to refresh stream from in here.
Yeah. Twitch just does that sometimes.
Let's just all blame Twitch.
Yeah. It's usually Twitch's fault, so I can and I will. Either Twitch or OBS. One of the two is the culprit.
Whoops, I pulled my earbud out of my ear. Did I miss anything?
I was just saying blame Twitch or blame OBS.
Yeah.
One of the two
Sorry,
is
I'm
the culprit.
adjusting how I'm, like, laying.
Oh, okay, now you turn into a robot.
Is it better now?
Is what better now?
He said I turned into a robot.
Yeah, just briefly when you were adjusting. I think you, like, probably just, like, pulled on your earbuds.
Yeah.
When will this Totodile be teal?
Oh, the chikorita have like a tan leaf.
Who's to say?
I think it should be now.
Well, mine has a green leaf.
Rip.
Maybe yours will have a brown leaf.
No. And the Totodile is regular blue.
God damn it.
These fucking guys, man.
We've done almost 1,200. Give me shiny.
The game is like, bitch, the odds are like almost 8,200.
And I don't care. Oh, shit. I pressed buttons. Hold on, chat. I went to go turn Charlie's volume down a little bit, and then I minimized your screen. Is it
Yeah,
back to
sorry, the
regular?
microphone is closer to my mouth again.
Yeah, you're good. It's just you're actually just louder than my music, and I didn't want to turn my music up, so I mean, I want you to be louder than the music, but like, it wasn't proportionate. Because I am unfortunately just sharing Charlie's screen from Discord, so it's not like a proper capture of their game. Which is why you can just see their mouse. Probably gonna be less active, gonna try to multitask. Okay, no worries. Feel free to do a little lurky.
Have fun lurking. I love a good lurk.
I guess I can turn off capture cursor, but I don't know if that works. No, it doesn't make it go away. Because that would only be if it was like actually capturing your cursor, which it isn't.
I mostly don't use the mouse. I can try to
No, it's fine. It was just like I wanted to see if I could
just
make
don't
it.
think about it.
Yeah. But yeah, feel free to go Mandy mode at any time. She likes to lurk. See? That's her doing a lurk.
Yeah, I'll show you if I was to redeem lurk.
Yep, there. She did it. Oh, you also did it. Now we got all the Mandys.
Mandy.
Can you pull open your reset? MG, welcome back! Just in time for Tori to lurk, now I can bother MG. As long as there's one person in chat I can yap to, I'm good.
What am I, chopped liver?
You're not in chat, you're on my Discord call.
I'm both.
Well, yeah. But you're doing the resets with me, so you're more on stream. Hi, Nando. How's it going? You want more lockdown matches of Need for Speed? Let's go. I should start taking credit for some of these wins by being the background inspiration for Nando.
The stream being lurked in
Yeah, exactly.
while it's going on.
At least some responsibility should fall on me here.
Partial credit.
Exactly. It's like residuals. Every time Nando wins a race, I get like 0.005% of it. See, he said thank you. Exactly. Game Freak presents. Game Freak sure did present. I mean, I can't argue with that.
Heart gold, soul silver.
Lo-fi Minecraft.
Nice.
I love Minecraft.
Me too.
We've got like 45 minutes to get a shiny or Ty gets VIP. Don't let the non-believers win.
I'm doing my best.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you?
I don't know what else I could be doing.
Reset faster.
Listen, I'm going as fast as my laptop will let me.
I can do the pull. Yeah, I think it already timed out. I could only make it go for like 10 minutes or something. Yeah, the thing with predictions is you have to vote like in time for whatever thing it is that you're predicting. So like if I gave you guys all stream to vote for it, if we got the shiny before the end of the prediction period, then everybody could just vote yes because the shiny would have already happened. Because a lot of times people, like streamers, will use the prediction to be like, oh, will I win this round? Or will I die this round? Or stuff like that if it's like a Valorant situation or something. There's a stream tomorrow too. That's up to Moth.
Hi.
Depends on what Moth wants to do. Because I have work tomorrow now, which I didn't before. But I stupidly agreed to take one of my coworkers' shifts because I thought that if I traded them my shift, then I would not have to cancel walking the dog, but then they canceled the dog anyway, so I gave away my shift for no reason. Which was smart. So now I work tomorrow. But I don't have to work Thursday now, which is good because it would have kind of run close to stream. I would have had to start at 8. Which, granted, I did tonight, but I like having time to get home from work and unwind.
As far as me streaming tomorrow, it depends on how I feel tomorrow.
Yeah. And if not tomorrow, there's always Wednesday. And if not Wednesday, there's always Friday. Because Wednesday we do have one thing we have to do, but we would be home in time for you to stream, so.
Yeah. But I can, like, text you as soon as I know if I'm going to stream or not.
Yeah, because tell them what you did.
Oh, I finally got my shiny charm in PLA.
And how did you do that?
By catching all the guys, including beating Arceus, which was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, you did the Arceus fight, which is huge.
Never again.
Yeah, literally. You know you can rematch him at level 100?
Damn.
I don't know why you would do that, but you can.
You get some kind of prize from it?
If you rematch him at 100 and then do a no-hits run, yeah, you do get a prize.
But it has to be no damage.
Your chats didn't go through. Copy and paste from memory. Okay. Yeah, the last chat I had from you before you saying your chats didn't go through was asking about if there was going to be a stream tomorrow. So sad like the game night was canceled, but low-key happy because I missed it. Yeah, I know. I felt bad about having to cancel it. It was just because work happened. But I'm hoping we can move it to next weekend and just do it then. I didn't think I was going to have to work on Saturday, but I got scheduled for like a 12 to 5, but that would still mean that game night could happen at like 7 or 8, so because I'd be home in time. So next stream for me will be Tuesday.
Wondering when next stream is. Yeah.
Charlie's next stream will either be tomorrow or Wednesday or Friday.
Good job, Sky. Thank you.
But mine will be
Shiny charm. Let's go.
Tuesday for sure. Yeah, Tuesday for sure. Unless something weird happens. But I work Tuesday from 12. I think I work 12 to 5 on Tuesday, so I'll be home by like 5:30 and then be able to stream by 7. Excited to play Faz again or whatever game we vote for. Yeah, I'll put up a poll probably like Friday night for
What time
the
do you
game.
work tomorrow again?
Huh?
What time do you work tomorrow again?
4 to 9. So now I have back-to-back shifts, which is sucky, but oh well. D! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you so much for the raid. Beetle, Gamer, Mama, Casually Cat, Taya Jade, Lil Blue Smurf, Cat Mom, welcome in, everybody. Here, let me go to the screen. Raiders, if you guys do not know me, my name is Ty. My pronouns are they, them. I am a variety, but mostly Pokemon streamer here on Twitch. And also part of Foroma Town, which is also where D is from. And thank you guys so much for the raid. What were you guys up to? What were you streaming? Did you guys have a good stream? Oh, Disney Dreamlight Valley. It says right there on my shout out that I made. Was Dreamlight Valley good? What were you up to in that game? I've never played it, but I get that it's kind of like Animal Crossing, kind of Palia, in that vein. But my chatters, also in my ears is Skymoth, my mod, also my fiance. They are doing resets with me. We're looking for Totodile and Chikorita in Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. If you're from my chat and you're not following D, do that. All the shout outs happened, so just go click on the thing and do the follow there. Very cozy, very decorating. Oh, I love a good decorating moment. Hi, mod slash fiance. How are you? But yeah, this is what we were up to. We're in Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and we're looking for Totodile and Chikorita, who have yet to shine, but to be fair, we're still pretty far under odds, so...
I got a high mod fiance.
Yeah, I read that to you. But yeah, if you guys do need a raid and run or raid and rest, hot people raid and rest, so do that if you need to. Please take care of yourself, get something to eat, take a nap, do whatever you gotta do. Go to the bathroom if you have not peed, because...
Go piss, girl.
Exactly. But if you do want to hang out, I would love to have you. I love lurkers. I love yappers. I am both. So either is fine. But yeah, bring the shiny luck, hopefully. Sometimes raids bring in the shiny luck, so I trust y'all.
So true.
Not for that one, but it's fine. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in the raid. Your raid message is so cute. I love those little emotes. They're very cute. Okay, good. My auto thing did go off for when you came in. Cool. But yeah, I appreciate the raid very much. Thank you for trusting me with your community. And community, you're mine now. Mwah. I haven't played Pokemon in so long. I miss it. I love Pokemon. I actually have never played Heart Gold, Soul Silver ever in my life. I did not have very many Pokemon games on the DS as a kid. It just wasn't something that I had. Even though I was a big fan of Pokemon, I had games on the Nintendo 64 and, stuff like that. But I actually didn't have mainline games on my DS as a kid, which I will never understand why I didn't get them. But I
Yeah,
had
I
every
mainly
other
just
DS game.
had, as far as mainline, I mainly just had Diamond as a kid.
Yeah, I didn't have Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, even though those games were popular when I was a kid.
And then
And
I had at
even
least one or
my
two Mystery Dungeon games.
Yeah, my TCG binder was even from the Diamond and Pearl packs, but for some reason I just didn't have the games. So this is actually literally my first time playing Heart Gold Soul Silver. I haven't gotten past this screen. Like, this is as far as I've gotten in Heart Gold Soul Silver because I really want to start it with a shiny starter because I've never had a shiny starter before.
And same,
Um,
which is why I'm also here.
yeah. Am I planning on playing the new Legends? Yes. So that's actually part of why I'm doing this because they announced the Pokemon Legends ZA starters were going to be Totodile, Chikorita, and Tepig.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. What? Can you repeat that? What was that?
Chikorita!
Charlie's a big fan of Chikorita.
She's
Um,
just a baby! I'm sorry, continue.
So I wanted to shiny hunt all of the starters from Legend ZA. So obviously, doing resets in Heart Gold Soul Silver, we have a 2/3 chance of getting one of the starters from ZA. My starter is Totodile. Moth's is Chikorita. But if I get a Chikorita and they get a Totodile, we'll just swap. It'll be fine. Um, but yeah, and then we're gonna look for Tepig in another game, I guess. I might do it in Violet. I haven't decided, but this is what we're doing for now. My first Pokemon was Red on an emulator on my sister's Comcast laptop. 33 is not old. It's not. We have one of my other pretty consistent viewers who is also named Ty, and that definitely never makes chat confusing, is also a Pokemon streamer and pushing 40. So don't you worry. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Stadium on the Nintendo 64, and it was because my Nintendo 64 and all of the games it came with were a hand-me-down from one of my mom's friends' kids. Um, he didn't want it anymore. I think he was going off to college or something and just got rid of his old console. Moron. But he had Pokemon Stadium, and I loved Pokemon Stadium. I loved the Pokemon anime. I watched it every Saturday morning. That was my Saturday morning cartoons. But
The anime was my shit growing up.
my first mainline Pokemon game was actually not until Pokemon Moon, which is ridiculous. But that was when I had my 3DS, and I could start getting 3DS games. So I got Pokemon Moon, Pokemon X and Y. But yeah, I consider Pokemon Stadium to be my first game. But everybody, what is your favorite Pokemon, and or what was your first Pokemon game, and what starter did you pick? Because my first starter was Bulbasaur because I picked him every time when I played through Pokemon Stadium's like battle gyms. I always picked Bulbasaur as my starter.
For me, it was Piplup in Pokemon Diamond.
And who's your favorite Pokemon?
Weasel and Blitzel.
My favorite Pokemon is Politoed because he is frog shaped. And I don't know if you could tell by my streams, my emotes, and just the energy that I give off, but I love frogs.
Everything.
I love Victini. That's a good pick, Tori. Victini is a solid pick. I want shiny Victini. I wish that was a thing that I could get. Jigglypuff. I know she's not a starter, but ever since I saw the anime when I was little and then confirmed it with Pokemon Unite. See, I've never played Unite, but I've seen people play it and I've heard things. Her slapping people left and right. That's hilarious. Jigglypuff is a classic. I mean, like people shit on you for having like a Gen 1 starter because it's basic, but like Gen 1 has some really solid mons and also just like nostalgia factor.
For sure.
But like Jigglypuff on her own maybe isn't all that interesting, but she's cute, and then you throw her into Pokemon Unite and she starts slapping people. What's not to love? But yeah, I feel like Politoed is a pretty solid favorite, I think, because he's only like a little bit basic, but like he's usually not other people's favorite. But there is a guy on TikTok who's a Pokemon creator that his favorite Pokemon is Politoed, and every time he comes up on my feed, I'm like,
You get it.
me and you, buddy. Because he was complaining about the sort of sheer lack of Pokemon cards and just Pokemon merchandise in general that Politoed has. He has like one sitting cutie that I have back there. He does have a Soda Pop plush that I don't have, but I will get my hands on eventually. And then, I don't know, like maybe 6 Pokemon cards or something.
Yeah.
And I
Weasel
have
and
none of
Blitzel don't
them,
have a lot
but I want them all.
either.
What?
Yeah, Weasel and Blitzel don't have a whole lot either.
Yeah, they're both. You have niche favorite picks. Like less so with Weasel, definitely more so with Blitzel. Because you know Weasel was one of Ash's partner Pokemon, so he has a decent amount of love because of that. Um, but
I think one of
Blitzel
the
is like
most.
not super common.
Yeah, I think one of my more liked favorites, at least like in my top 5, is like Rockruff,
Yeah,
which is like probably my third favorite.
Rockruff is definitely more loved. He being a puppy, he has more merch.
He's just a baby.
That's why we have that like sleeping plushie of him, the weighted
I'm
one.
playing with him right now while playing with you.
Yeah, because he's the perfect, cuddly, weighted little guy. One of my
I'm
favorites
looking
is
at his face
Eevee.
right now.
Do you have a favorite evolution? Mine is probably Umbreon. When I was a kid, it was Vaporeon, because only the 3... I only knew about the 3 from Gen 1. But once I found out about Umbreon, I was like, her. And then when I found out about Umbreon's shiny, I was even more like her. I love Sylveon. I love Sylveon.
Yeah,
As
Vaporeon's been my favorite since a kid and still is.
as a trans person, why did I pick Chikorita? Hello. As a trans person, we love Sylveon. Sylveon said trans rights, and
Real.
shiny Sylveon is perfect too. Literally just the trans flag. She's perfect. But yeah, Vaporeon. Vaporeon is a solid one. I'm glad that you like Vaporeon since she was like my favorite as a kid. Like we kind of have the same favorite evolution, even though mine is Umbreon now.
Yeah, and then my second favorite is Umbreon.
And my second favorite is Vaporeon. Or
And my favorite
Leafeon. One of the two.
shiny evolution is Umbreon shiny.
Yeah, my favorite shiny evolution is Espeon. Because people love to hate Espeon's shiny, but she's a color in my head. I love this fuck-ass color. And her shiny is that color. And people are like, oh, it's too bright green. She looks like an alien. I don't care. I love her.
I think it's fun.
She's a fun shade of green, and I like that she looks like a little alien. I don't give a shit. Espeon haters, out. I love shiny Espeon. I don't mind the fuck-ass shade of green that she is. That's my fuck-ass shade of green.
Fuck ass shade of green.
At least she's not like puke green like some of the shinies are.
That's
Some
true.
of the shinies look straight like barf. I love Espeon too. Dragonair is my favorite. Oh, Charlie's a big fan of that line.
I love the Dratini line.
Yeah.
My
I
babies.
love Dragonite's shiny. It's a very good color.
All of my like top 10 Pokemon are all my babies, and I would die for them.
Oh wait, the emotes are so cute. Look at the little Espeon.
Oh, baby!
Those are so cute. We have the other, where is he? I think my subscription to you ran out, Charlie, so I don't have your emotes right now, but yeah, it did.
And they're still not like right on my computer.
I'm missing your emotes, but we have the Dratini one, the one with the heart. Charlie will send it momentarily when they can fix the prefix on their phone.
What is the prefix now
It's
again?
Sky MO3. I'm gonna get ahead of you if I do this reset.
It's showing up right on my computer now, so maybe it'll
There you
send. It
go.
sent correctly.
There he
Yee.
is. And then you also have the one with the gay heart, too.
Yeah. Hang on.
Yeah.
They're
So,
just babies.
Moth has those two Dratini emotes. But I love Shiny Dragonite. Again, it's a good shade of green. It's like not all that different from my controller, but a little bit darker. But that whole line is super cute.
Did I snooze your ads one more time?
I was trying to decide. I don't know, because I snoozed it after they came in, but it's probably fine because it's not for another like 3 minutes.
Okay.
If we do these resets, we'll get to like 1260. We can probably do a few more than that. I want to get to 1269.
Nice.
Place your bets now on which number the shiny will be. Mimikyu is my fave. Yeah, Mimikyu's really good. And like not a bad shiny. Not all that different, but I kind of like that it goes grayscale.
My sister also loves Mimikyu. My
Mm-hmm.
sister also likes Phantom too, though.
Yeah. Phantom's a cutie. He's a little ghost tree. I like the ghost type. Well, I do and I don't, but I like the ghost types where like the reason for them being like that is like a child died and then their soul inhabited a tree and now it's phantom, or like a man lost his keys and then died and now Klefki
Really
exists.
creative, but it's sad.
Yeah, like I like the ones that have a reason for, because some people shit on the Pokemon that are like inanimate objects come to life, which I think is silly because that's like a thing in Japanese culture that like objects have a soul if they're like something that you use a lot or something that's like really important to you or something that you kind of like put a part of yourself into it or whatever. So like it makes sense for keys to be like a creature in Japanese culture because you use your keys a lot.
I
So
will
it's
say
not,
the various Rotom forms make me laugh sometimes.
well, that's like a totally different thing. But yeah, I don't mind it, to be honest. Like I would prefer my Pokemon be inanimate objects than to be like overly humanoid.
That's fair.
I prefer Klefki to like Machop or Machoke. Not Machop, Machop's fine, but like Machoke. Or like Mr. Mime.
Ugh. Not Mr. Mime.
Yeah. Like he's fine, but like he's just too much of a dude.
No, thank
All right,
you.
I gotta sneeze it one more time because I want to get to 1269. Very important.
Of course.
All right. These next ones are going to be 69. Oh, it went up. Oh, I fucked it up. Okay, there we go. That was 1268. And then yours will be 1269.
Nope.
Aw, man. All right, there we go. 1270. Thank you so much for the follow, Mac. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend so far. I'm glad my follow alerts are working now because they weren't for a hot minute. I had to go in and like completely change them.
Well, hog that they're working now.
Yeah, I feel like it might have been a little loud, but they used to be too soft, so I tried to turn up the volume to make them not too soft, but now I feel like maybe they're too loud.
I couldn't tell you because like not actually listening to the
It's okay. I can turn it down
alerts
on the
right now.
BRB because I have like 2 minutes anyway. I'm just happy it went off. The raid went off when they came in, and the follow went off. The raid was like the only one that wasn't broken. That one was actually working previously.
I feel like that's a good one to have working.
Yeah. It used to be that even if it didn't go off right when they came in, that I could refresh it and it would go off. But the follows wouldn't even work if I hit replay, which is so weird. And then even when I
Yeah.
send in a test alert from Twitch, it wouldn't work. It was really weird. It felt like the alert just like didn't
I remember
exist.
being fucky.
Yeah, so I just moved it over to sound alerts. I just put my follow on sound alerts instead of on Twitch alerts. Because I
Got
use
it.
Twitch alerts because I want the extra emote slots. But all I have to have is like one alert on Twitch alerts. So my raid alert is on Twitch alerts, and then I moved all my follows and subscriptions over to sound alerts.
Oh.
Because I used to have them on Mix It Up, but then Mix It Up stopped working, and it would just like not play my alerts half the time. So then I moved them to Twitch alerts, and now I've moved them again. I don't know why it's so hard to have a bot that just has alerts.
That work.
That's like half their job. Because obviously, like, Stream Schmellemensch is a pretty good bot, but we don't use that one for obvious
Elements.
reasons. But, like, their stuff usually works. And the Streamlabs stuff always worked. When I was using Streamlabs, I never had a problem with those. And I kind of regret switching, but I thought it would be easier since I didn't use that bot anymore. But pretty much everything that Stream Schmellemensch has, Stream sound alerts has now. Like the emotes popping up on the screen used to be a thing that I had in Stream Schmellemensch, and now I don't. And then like all the alert boxes, and you can add like widgets and stuff. All right, we'll do a couple more of these, and then we do have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds. I snoozed it to the best of my ability when the raid came in, but alas, it does have to play. But we will go on a quick BRB during that because I don't want you guys to miss anything, especially if the shiny were to come up during the ad. That would be sad. So during the ad, you guys can do your checks, get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, stretch. We have a daily redeem called Pay Your Loan. As you can see, I have a little Tom Nook at the bottom, and he will take your money. So pay Tom if you haven't yet. And I will see you guys on the other side of the ad in like 3 minutes. Be right back. Alrighty, we are backsies. MG is 53% gay, 69% EP, and Moth is still only at a whopping 26% froggy.
It's because I'm a moth.
Yeah, you're not very good at being frog.
It's because I'm a moth.
Touch to start.
Sorry.
This is how I get ahead of you. You gotta be able to multitask.
I'm just a guy.
Well, my Totodile's out here not being shiny. What do you got over
Rude.
there?
No shinies.
Can't believe this.
No shinies is what I've got
We've
over
got
here.
like 15 minutes. Although I'm honestly not that tired, so I could probably go a little bit longer. We've still got like no time. We're at 12. What are we at? 1284. Okay, so we're easily going to get to 1300. I don't know. We'll see where we're at in 15 minutes and then regroup. But I want to get to a decent number of encounters. I mean, granted, the fact that we got this far from like 700 something at the beginning of the night is pretty good, but it was hard to tell because we got canceled last time.
Canceled. AKA the power went out.
Yeah, last time we were doing resets, our power randomly went out. There was no storm or anything. And our energy company was like, we don't know why that happened. And we were like, great, can you turn it back on? And they were like, yeah. And then they made a post like, I don't know, like an hour into, because we can like report it on the app and be like, hey, our internet's down. And then they made a post on there that was like, all right, we fixed the problem. And we were like, no, because our internet is still out. And they were like, or our power is still out. And they were like, we fixed it for most people. And I was like, okay, are you going to fix it for us? And then they didn't for like 4 hours. So that was cool.
They were like, we fixed it for most people. It's fixed now. And then it was like 3 more hours before we got it back.
Yeah, my stream died for like, I think it died like an hour in maybe. And then I just didn't get to do the other like 3 hours I would normally do. And I was like, oh, well, if it comes back on, I'll keep streaming after. And then it just didn't come back on till like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, well, I have things to do tomorrow, so that sucks. So I didn't know how many resets we were going to get in that day, because we probably would have gotten a good bit.
It was so random.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened. And then whenever you stream, our, like, internet or the server or something kept not working, and you kept going down.
Yeah.
Which also happens to me sometimes, but it hasn't been happening to me recently, but it has been happening to you, which doesn't make sense. Because we're on the same Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So make that make sense.
It willn't make sense.
Yeah. Like I said, just blame OBS or blame Twitch. It's probably one of their faults.
If not, you can blame the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
As a third option there.
Yep. All right. Chikorita.
Biba.
Nope.
Ugh. Nothing.
Nothing. I'll nut it. Okay.
Baby, you're live on Twitch right now.
I am?
I am.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that I was live on Twitch.
Hi, guys.
Nobody told me that.
Nobody told me. Nobody told you.
No.
Oh, do you hear Pookie?
I didn't realize I had set all of this up in OBS and then pressed start streaming. Although I do know people that like have accidentally hit start streaming before when they were just like working on something.
Yeah. I've seen videos like that.
And it's like, that's why you turn confirmation dialogue on. So that you don't do that. You're slow.
Maybe I am.
You
I'm
are.
off on the laptop.
Yeah, that's fair. And you're like doing it on keys instead of using a controller, which is insane.
It's accessible.
There's nothing less accessible about doing it on a controller.
No, I know. I just meant about the laptop part.
Yeah, the laptop's fine. Just makes your like loading screens take longer than mine.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's satisfying when people are doing this with like 4 screens and they're all like synced up to each other, but we're just 2 people in 2 different places doing resets at the same time.
And by different places, we mean across the hall.
Yeah, but even if you were in here, we'd still be doing them separately from each other. Like, you'd still be
Yeah.
controlling yours and I'd be controlling
Different
mine.
devices.
They would be going slightly more the same speed if they were both on the PC, but
Even then, one of us would get distracted for a second with something.
yeah. Something would inevitably happen. That's just how it be. Alright, we just hit 1300. I
Nice.
think. Yeah. I mean, it is like 11:54, so that would ideally be a good place to stop, but I'm kind of like, eh.
Yeah, I can go for a little bit longer, but probably not too much.
Yeah. We'll just try to get, I don't know.
An amount.
An amount more. We at least have a few more minutes because it's not midnight yet. It's 11:55.
Yeah.
Oh. Just got a text from my coworker.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it's just the one I'm swapping shifts with.
Ah.
Because I'm taking her shift for tomorrow, so I sent her a shift change request on our, like, site where we do that. But she didn't even have my, like, number in her phone because it's one of the new people. So she was like, wait, who are you? And I was like,
Who
this
are
is
you?
Ty. And she was like, oh, okay. So that she could go in and do the shift change.
Hi, this is who I am.
Yeah, because we did that in the group chat when it was made. It was like everybody sent their name, but she got added after that, so.
Mm.
And I haven't ever really talked to her, like, just because she's new and we don't really work at the same time a lot. So I've only really seen her in passing. And I'm introverted, so I don't go up and talk to people. Also, the first day that I saw her at work, she caught me off guard because I didn't know that we had hired a new person and she was just there. And I was like, I didn't know
Who are
whether
you?
to think that she was like one of our new employees or if she was like covering a shift from another store or if she was like. Because one time we had that one manager who came in and was there for like a week, but he was just training and then he left. So I was like, she could have been there for a number of reasons. And I didn't want to be like, hi, are you the new girl?
Yeah.
In case she wasn't the new girl.
And she was like, no.
Yeah. So I'll talk to her eventually, I guess. All of the people I actually talk to are quitting, so that's fun.
Yay.
Because literally, like, the person who like trained me the first day that I came in quit, and they were like one of the first people that I really talked to because they were into like cosplay and anime and stuff like that. Um, and they were non-binary, so they were like one of my first actual like friends at work, and then they quit, and then one of my like second friends at work was this girl who was dating one of our other coworkers, and they're like both queer. Like she's gay, and then her partner is trans and some kind of gay. And I became friends with both of them, but then like over time, the girl just started to like start being kind of bitchy to me. And apparently she's just kind of like that, but it did kind of throw me off guard because she was nice to me at first and then just started to be mean to me. But her partner's really cool and he still works there. But she literally quit like yesterday. So. And then my other work bestie, who just randomly started talking to me one day about tea, and just kind of never stopped, is talking about putting her 2 weeks in. And I'm like, girl, don't you leave me. I swear. I have nobody else. You can't do this to me. But hopefully they'll do something about the fact that everybody is quitting, because the reason everybody's quitting is because the job is terrible and the hours are terrible and they're not doing anything about it. So hopefully they'll do something about it. But there's also rumors our store might close because some of the other stores in the mall are closing. Just because people don't really like shop in person as much anymore, which is like insane because people absolutely do shop in person still. Like, you should see the mall on a fucking Saturday. It's terrible. But I know that online shopping has kind of overtaken everything. And then people will literally come into the store and be like, wouldn't it just be easier for me to get this online if you guys don't have it in my size, or you don't have the color that I want, or whatever? And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Buy it from wherever you want to buy it from. So if our store closes, then the hours will be really bad.
Yeah. You don't say.
They'll be non-existent. But in that case, I would just get a job at another establishment. I mean, ideally, I would have a full-time job that treats me nicely and lets me work from home 3 days a week. But I was just talking about this with my friend who has a hybrid job. She's in the office 3 days and works from home 2 days. And it pays her more than the job she used to have, which was like worked her harder and the people were not as nice. And now the people are nicer and the job is easier, but she gets paid more and she gets to work from home 2 days out of the week when she used to be in office all 5 days. And I'm like, and she works in the same field as me. So I'm like, can I have your job? Like, can I just have the equivalent of your job in my state? Thanks. And because I know her IRL, I like have her on LinkedIn and I literally like look at her LinkedIn sometimes and I'm like, can I have your job? Because her job is literally perfect for me. Like, it's exactly the type of job that I'm looking for in my field. Is part hybrid, isn't a long commute. Like, I think it's probably like 15 minutes from where she lives or so. Which is about how far the mall is from me. It's like 10, 15 minutes. And I don't mind the commute. I hate driving, which is why I don't want anything with like a super long commute because it just like, it drains me. Driving stresses me out and like takes years off my life. So I try not to drive long distances, at least not like frequently. I don't mind it for a road trip or something, but like every day, if I had to drive an hour, like that would be exhausting. Because that just adds an hour to your day. Like if you're working an 8 hour day, and really an 8 hour day is a 9 hour day, right? Because when I have an 8 hour shift and I have an hour long lunch, then I'm like, if my shift is from 12 to 9, and then
And
imagine if I had to
drive
commute,
each way.
like if I commuted half hour each way, that would still be an hour to make it a 10 hour day. If I commuted an
Yeah.
hour, it would be literally a 12 hour day.
Yeah, I have a friend who commutes 45 minutes each way.
Yeah, that's insane. I wouldn't do that. Like, that sucks. But there's so many like fake jobs on Indeed and LinkedIn at this point. It's like actually ridiculous. The number of like MLMs I've applied for without knowing they were an MLM, and then I get to the interview and
My
they're like,
gosh.
"This is a multi-level marketing." I'm like, "Are you
Yeah, it's
kidding?"
insane.
Or just jobs that just don't even exist at all. Or
Yeah, I'm
jobs
like,
that
why?
say they're remote and then they're not. Like if you put your filter in for remote on LinkedIn, I guarantee you'll get like 50 in-person jobs that are listed as remote.
So
Or they're like
annoying.
remote, but you have to come into the office like once a month or something. It's like that's not remote. I don't live in Texas, you know? So I can take a remote job that's based in Texas unless you're like remote, but you have to come in the office once a month. Then it's not remote, that's hybrid. If I come in the office ever, that's hybrid. Like literally, even if I come in once a year, that's hybrid. Now, granted, once a year I might be able to swing, but I'm not going to go to Texas once a year just for a job thing. That would be insane. Just zoom me in. Can't be that important. Because that was the one thing with my old job. Well, really my internship that wouldn't have worked out as much as I loved that job. Is it was like a travel heavy role. First of all, the commute into DC was like I had to be on the metro for like 45 minutes. But even that aside, because that job was hybrid, so I didn't even have to go in the office every day. But that aside, it was a film job where they filmed on site. So, like, they would fly to Wyoming and fly to New York and go to, like, big, these huge balls that they would throw every year. And granted, that stuff was fun, but like I wouldn't want to travel a ton for work because of Moth and the pets and stuff. Like I wouldn't want to like be gone every weekend or whatever. Um, like even if they do like pay for the hotel and stuff, it would be a lot to travel that much. For a film job, it would be different. Like if I was going to be on set for a month or something, that would be different because A, I could bring Charlie with me, or B, we would figure something out for like a month if I was going to be gone. But just traveling to a different city like every week would be different.
Yeah, I feel like that'd probably be a lot.
I can't do that much plane. I can get on a plane like once, be somewhere for a month, and then get back on the plane. But I would not want to be on a different plane every week. That would be too much.
That's fair.
I mean, ideally, if I had like the dream, honestly, besides doing film work, which is like the dream, would be to be like a regular or like a main cast member on a recurring TV show where they film on a like lot. Because then I'm
Yeah.
going to the exact same place every day. It's probably not super far from home. And I also get to be the same character for possibly years and years on end. So I don't even have to like learn a new character. I can just be the same dude. Like, as much as Stranger Things has gone to total shit because of how long in between each season the new seasons are and how old the children who were filming it have become, um, I mean, having one guaranteed role for a show as big as Stranger Things for a decade
Yeah.
is pretty, it's a pretty good situation. Like, again, it's bad in the sense that you get kind of shoehorned into that one role. Like, Millie Bobby Brown is going to have trouble doing much else, right? Because she's always going to be like associated with having been on Stranger Things, and the fact that she was like, 12 when she started it and is like 20 now or whatever is like, that's a little bit of a nightmare. But as an adult, to be on a show where you can play the same character for like, something like New Girl, right? Like, Zoe Deschanel could be Jess for 8 years and like it wasn't a problem, and she can still do other stuff. But a lot of people associate her with Jess, but it's not like she's only Jess. Now she's also married to one of the Property Brothers.
I forget that all the time.
It's like a weird factoid. But yeah, honestly, being on a 2-camera 30-minute sitcom is actually one of the easiest acting jobs that exists, or so I've been told, because 2-camera like shoots pretty quickly because you have 2 cameras. So you shoot basically at twice the speed of having one camera. Like, not exactly, but it's faster. And like 30-minute sitcoms, you shoot like several episodes in a day and then you're like good for the season.
Modern Family.
Yeah, exactly. Like, granted, comedy's not exactly the genre I want to go into. I wouldn't necessarily want to be on a sitcom, but every acting teacher I've ever had has been like, if you can get a 2-camera sitcom, take it. Because it's easy and it's fun and you can't really go wrong with it. Like, you could be on a bad sitcom or you could have like a bad character or whatever. Like, I know that the guy from How I Met Your Mother kind of doesn't like being associated with that character and tried to sort of get away from it but kept getting typecasted back into it. And I know a lot of the characters on The Office had the same problem. Like, the guy who plays Kevin, like, he basically can't do anything else. He's like, I've tried to be a dramatic actor and people just like will not let me be in dramatic roles because it's just like everybody just thinks I'm Kevin. So there is like a thin line to toe, but honestly, I don't think that being associated with one major character that you played your whole life is necessarily a bad thing, unless it's really a character that you don't like or a typecast you don't like being squished into. Like, if it's a comedy role but you really wanted to do drama and people will only ever cast you for comedy, like, that can be frustrating. Or if it was a drama role, or it's easier to go from drama to comedy than from comedy to drama. If you're a big name in comedy, it's really hard to get out of it. Like, what's his face, Jim Carrey. Like, yes, The Truman Show was kind of a dramatic role, but like it was a comedic role too, and he has such comedic facial expressions. Like, comedy is his niche. It's pretty hard to get him to do anything else, even though he has those acting capabilities and totally can do them. But people kind of just put him in a box in their head. And a lot of actors end up like that. And it's not always bad, right? Like, he was also in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is totally a drama, and he does a great job, right? Like, so an actor like that, if you have enough range, you can do something different, whereas some character or some actors just get stuck in one character archetype. But honestly, I don't mind the things I've been typecasted as. I am almost always typecasted as like either sort of a villain or like a more brooding character, like an emo kind of gothy character. Anything like that like is fine with me. I got cast as Hamlet. I got cast as like a goth boy in a like Christian horror comedy. I got cast as a non-binary character that almost gets murdered in another horror. Um, I get cast as like the sarcastic, witty type, and like I don't mind that. I really don't. If I got a role like that on a two-camera sitcom and that was like all I played for 10 years, I really wouldn't mind it. Or if I could do something like Criminal Minds, where I'm like a Spencer Reed type the whole time. Like, I don't think Matthew Gray Gubler literally needs to do anything else. I think he can be Spencer Reed forever and he'd be fine with that. He could be Spencer Reed till he's 80. You okay? You're breathing close to the microphone again.
Oh, sorry. I'm fine.
But, like, ideally, again, I would love to work on, like, dramatic films and do, like, acting and directing. But, like, that's not something that you just, like, do first. You have to work your way up to that. So, in the meantime, I'll do literally whatever. Thank you for the fart, MG. MG will work in screenwriting, and they'll write a script, and then I'll act in it, and then we'll be rich and famous together. Because that is also one of the good things about being a screenwriter, too, is, like, you can kind of just write, like, one good script, and then that, like, pretty much opens the door for you to just, like, keep writing more shit, and people will... May I also write script? Yeah. You and MG can work together on it. MG graduated from the same film program that I did, Tori. So they literally got a degree in screenwriting, and that's actually how we met. Is I played the narrator in their film, but I also could have played one of the characters. But I was the narrator. I had to read a lot of words that day. I had to read all the narration. My mouth, I was parched. I'm an English major, so it's not the same, but I'm here for it. Whatever. Writing is writing, to be honest. If you have the ideas, getting the format of a film script down isn't the end of the world. It's really just like, the only difference is like prose is a lot more descriptive than film. Film is very like show not tell kind of thing, whereas in prose writing, like if you're writing a book, you can write all about how the characters feel and what they're thinking and like all this like blah blah blah, whereas in the film script, like you just have to write what they look like they're doing and the actor will fill in the rest. Yeah, hello fellow writer. Yeah. But MG knows the structure of a film script because they majored in film screenwriting, so they can translate it into film speak. Writing is my passion. Writing is great. I loved writing. I actually didn't like screenwriting as much. I preferred writing in prose to writing screenwriting. I wasn't very good at the whole showing not telling thing. I wanted to write all that fluff about how the characters were feeling. So I ended up writing more of a novel than I did a film script. And then when I had to turn it into a film script, it didn't go super well.
You two can write a film.
Exactly. And then I can act in it and or direct it. And then bada bing bada boom, fame.
And I'll just be a little guy in the background.
And then we can cast all the characters from House MD. Yes, we can cast Olivia Wilde. Actually, Olivia Wilde can direct it because she's probably better at that than me. And then I can act in it. Because Olivia Wilde directed Booksmart, so I trust her.
And I'll just kind of be there.
Charlie will be the on-set PA and eater of crafties.
Eater of crafty.
You can be the production baby. Not because I gave birth to you, but because you're my baby. Can Olivia Wilde direct and Jennifer Morrison act alongside you? Yes, I would love for Jennifer Morrison to be my, what's the word I was going to go for? My co-star. I'm sure there's something that me and Jennifer Morrison could do together. I don't know. How much older than me is she? Is she old enough to play my mom? Probably not. But probably too much older than me to play like a love interest. So we'd have to find what the middle ground is. She is mother? Yeah, but how old is she?
Her sister, maybe?
Maybe. Jennifer Morrison age. 45. Yeah, she's not old enough to be my mom. I mean, like, technically she is. Because if I'm, like, 20 and she's, like, 45, if she had me, like, really young, I could be her kid. But my mom is, like, 60. Older sibling, perhaps. Alright. We're almost at 1400, so we can get to 1400.
I can be the emotional support human for everyone on set.
You have babyface, you can play teen. That's true. I did play a teen in the horror film I was just in, and pretty much like up to like 20, like 7, you can play a teenager as long as you still have babyface. So I could definitely still play a teenager in like a Euphoria type show where they don't care that the teenagers look like they're 25. I could definitely play a teenager. So in that case, if she played a little older, she could be my mom.
You play a little older, or you play a little younger, she plays a little older.
Yeah. Because she also, like, looks pretty young. Like, she still has, like,
True.
a good young face. But put some old person makeup on her and she could be my mom. We'll cast Jesse Spencer and kill his character. Good. I wish Kat was here for you to talk about House with, because Kat loves House. She would be all over this conversation. Alright. Last 2 encounters of the night.
Oh, here we go.
Will number 1399 or 1400 be shiny? Dr. Chase being a bit transphobic is one of my 13 reads. Yeah, him and a house. It's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
But I just have to let it slide because it was the early 2000s, and I assume that the actor isn't actually like that. All right, come on. Show us a shiny, Charlie.
Damn.
God damn it. All right, well, Ty gets VIP.
Yo.
Let me end the prediction. Okay. Choose outcome. No. Complete. Alright. And all that money goes to Ty. Jesse Spencer apparently is? Aw, man. Actually, I think I did know that.
I think you told us that last time when we were
fuck
on
that guy
FaceTime.
then. Fuck that guy. Never mind. 3.4 thousand will go to Ty Iwai. It literally says at the top. Oh my god, wait, I gotta get a screenshot of that for Ty. Oh, what? Why did my screen do that? I tried to take a screenshot of it and then it, like, tabbed me out of OBS. Fine, I'll just take a picture of it. Not, like, quite enough for them to get VIP, but still pretty close. They'll get it by next stream.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go to bed because it's midnight and I have to work tomorrow, so boo. But I'll be live again on Tuesday night, I think at 7 or 8. I can't remember. I work till 5, so I should be fine for 7. But 7 or 8, one of those. It'll be on the schedule, which I haven't made yet. So I will make the schedule and then I'll post it on my socials, which Charlie just put there. I'm on TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and Blue Sky, and I post my schedule on most of those places, and I post clips and shorts and things like that on the other ones. So go check me out on there. I don't know if I should feel shame for this next comment. He may be awful, but low-key still would. That's fair, Tori. Maybe you could fix him. Maybe you could change him. But if you want to join my Discord, MG just linked it right there. We do a community night every single month. We were supposed to have a game night this past weekend, but I ended up having to work, so hopefully we'll have it this upcoming weekend. And if you want to vote on what game we will play, please join the Discord. You can go to our coffee if you want to donate or buy our jewelry or buy Charlie's crochet or, you know, do anything like that. It's also down there. Those are your raid messages. I think I know who we're going to raid because it is somebody's birthday. But let me see if they are still live because I don't know. But those are your raid messages. The first two are for anybody to use, and the second two are for subscribers only. So use whichever one works best for you. If I can copy it. Yes, okay. She is still live, and it is her birthday. So, send, actually... This, and then... I'm giving you a custom raid message for it being her birthday. Hold on. If I can type. Okay. There you go. So that will be the subscriber one. And then... that'll be the non-subscriber one. So copy one of those and wish her a happy birthday. Have a great rest of your time zone. Let me get the raid actually started. Beep. There we go. Thank you, D, again for the raid, and everybody who came in with that raid, for hanging out, for lurking. If you're not following me and you would like to come back next time, hit that follow button. And like I said, I will be live again on Tuesday. Moth might be live tomorrow, and if not, maybe on Wednesday. So also check them out if you are not following Moth either. They are my fiance, and I love them. And yeah, just go wish Allie a happy birthday, and I will see you all next time. Have a great rest of your time zone. Bye!